Guys, we need to cancel Anarchy. Why? Am I not live on Twitch? On YouTube? No, I am. Okay, God, sorry. It wasn't popping up on my sheet. We need to cancel Anarchy because she didn't realize I was out of the state. She called me yesterday and I was like, hey, what's up? I'm just driving to the airport right now. I'm on the way to the airport. And she went, what state are you in right now? I was like, Colorado. I'm coming home. She was like, oh, I was going to see if you wanted to get lunch. So she had no idea that I had been out of the state for 5 days. Where did she think I was for Murder Hotel? Did she think that was here? Did she think I was here? I was like, my goodness. My dad also did not know where I was because he was like, don't you have a car there? I was like, Dad, I'm in Denver. You think I drove to Denver? It's like 7.5, 8 hours for me. That'd be crazy. I do have my limits. Thank you for following. Or no, you were to stream streak. Okay, also yesterday I did blow off the last day of Fan Expo and Outside Days so that I could go and see the back rooms. Kuna, I don't have the flag, fuck! Still, it's downstairs. Okay, I got it. Where's the other one? Hold on. This is bullshit. I should be better at this. This is my job. Should we wave the Mau Mau today? If you won, if you subscribed, thank you for the gifted subs. We're gonna wave the Mau Mau. If you subscribe or gift subs, you get the Mau Mau waves. Who is texting me? Okay. Video for tomorrow was already done, so I'm going live right now. Thanks for the sub. Yes, Mau Mau. Man, you know, people text where they are in case they get murdered. Anarchy's gonna send the cops 600 miles away. People know where I am, and then they prove me wrong because they know my friends don't listen to me. I'm like, oh my God, my friends totally know where I am. And then, you know, one of the people that knows where I am doesn't know where I am, which is very funny. 'Tis fine, there's a paper trail. You guys would know where to send them. So, okay, did I stream after Murder Hotel or not? When was the last stream Murder Hotel? God, was the last stream Murder Hotel for y'all? It was, wasn't it? Hang on, let me check it on here. Was it? I think it was. Amanda's in Murder Hotel, and then I come home. Yeah, I was. I'm in a sus hotel room. Come hang. Okay. So you guys don't know. So that night after I finished streaming, I stayed up, okay, because I was just watching YouTube videos. I was getting some work done. And the lights were on in the room, but I had the curtains pulled shut, okay? And cup chairs in front of the door. At about midnight, okay, just after midnight, on the door. When I tell you, my heart fell to my asshole. It dropped. I was like, this is it. They're gonna kick my door in. Thank you for following. They're gonna kick my door in. They're gonna rob my shit. Something horrible is gonna happen. I stayed calm. I went dead silent. I closed my laptop because I have a battering ram, okay? Started recording. I crouch over. The curtain's pulled shut, so no one can peek in, okay? Thank you for subscribing, Grace. You won the Swell Grand Prix, and we don't have the flag, so I'm waving Mau Mau. You ate the poison. I crouch over. I use my phone just in case, because I didn't know, because sometimes, depending on the type of peephole it is, people can look through the peephole. So I stayed beside it and I used my phone camera to look through the peephole just in case, so that my head wasn't by the peephole. You know how it is. And no one was outside. So I was like, okay, good. I text my friend because I knew she would be up, and I was like, so I'm fuck the cost. I'm booking another hotel right now. And I was able to find a Hamptons Inn across the street. It was a thank you for the 500 bits. Human simulation. Thank you. Was it because I was at a murder hotel? Was it because of that? Thank you. I used basically all of my Hilton points to book it. It would have been $1,700. Tatsu, thank you for the 100 bits. So I basically used all of my Hilton points for like the last 6 years to book it. Because I was just like, I don't want to pay that $700 or $1,700 because I know they're not going to refund me for this fucking hotel. There's no fucking way. And sure enough, I'm going to have to go to my fucking bank to deal with it because they still won't refund me. And so I'm texting my friend and she was like, okay, do you need a call? And so we're on the phone and she was like, that way it like at least sounds. I'm like, I'm hoping it's not because like I'm a solo woman in my unit. I'm hoping they were walking by, saw the lights on and decided to knock on the door to be an asshole. Like, oh, who's awake? You know, because no one said anything. No one tried the door handle. It was a very terse moment. And so I booked the Hamptons Inn. A Hamptons Inn, regardless of where it is in the country, has never steered me wrong. They're always clean. They're always pretty safe. Like, it's never steered me wrong. This is an endorsement of Hamptons Inn. Okay? So I just booked. I was like, fuck the cost, you know, whatever. Book it. And I was like, okay. Like, I stayed up. I was like, okay, I'm sending, like, I'm telling my dad. My dad's like, fuck, Amanda. You know, I was like, I know. And again, it's midnight when all this is going on. So my dad is like, have them send security over. I'm like, Dad, this hotel doesn't have fucking security. There's no fucking way they have security. So I get off the phone with my friend. I was like, let me try and sleep. Let me call the front desk and at least like report that someone like was fucking with my door or whatever. So I call down and I'm like, hey, did anyone from you guys try to like knock on my door? You're in the room now? Yeah. No, someone must have just been confused. And I was like, okay, I don't think they were confused. They didn't try the door. They didn't stick around. They didn't ask for anything. They weren't being like, hey, man, open up. They didn't do any of that shit. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, just so you know, I'm probably gonna, be leaving tomorrow. I don't really feel safe. And between this and the fact that you guys originally assigned me a door that had been kicked in, like, I don't know. And she was like, pause. Okay, well, if you're going to do anything, you need to do it before 11 a.m. Click. To which I audibly, in this room alone, said, bitch. And frankly, I'm going to be totally fucking frank with y'all, unfortunately, as a champion of women, unfortunately, 85% of my bad, like, reporting an experience 85% of the time it's a fucking woman being a bitch about it or being dismissive or mocking me or being fucking condescending about the fact that I'm visibly upset. And frankly, I don't know how we fix that. I don't know if it's the fact that I'm a younger woman. I don't know what the deal is. I don't fucking give a fuck. I don't care. We need to be free from this shit, okay? We can't be doing this to each other. It's not fucking fair, okay? Like, we can't be doing this shit, okay? It's a fucking problem. When I got upskirted at the Grove, the fucking cop that took my fucking statement was also a bitch about it. Like, I don't, like, want to deal with this shit. The fucking woman that I reported to later was like, hey, any word about that? You think there's gonna be a report about that? Like, I'm sorry, we can't just all be like cavalier and condescending about other women experiencing fear and or violence. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, oh yeah, I've experienced that too. Okay, that doesn't make it okay. Like, what the fuck? Anyways, so that was that. I did try and sleep. I ended up only getting 3 hours because at 2 a.m. I think someone tried my door again. Cup chair was in the door, okay, but I woke up again. I jolted awake, okay, and I don't know if it was someone in a room beside me. I don't know if it was the door, but I think it was someone touching the door or fucking with the door again. So I barely fucking slept, okay. And then I went to free breakfast, and I was like, I'm moving right after, but I have to go, like, let me go get free breakfast at least, because the room's not going to be ready across the way. I know it's not. So I packed up all my shit. I got ready for the event, and I went down to free breakfast. Free breakfast was ass. And again, I was just taking photos and videos of everything just in case I need to report it. There was no, like, even the standard safety shit of, like, a fire extinguisher. All those ports were empty on the building I was in. I'll share you some of the photos of Murder Hotel. And so it was like my thing. I made a TikTok video about this, and I'm definitely going to write about this for Substack just because I think it's important because of how much I talked about solo traveling. And I think that obviously one of the biggest things that I've heard is from women that are against solo traveling or afraid to is because they're scared to, and they're scared about violence, they're scared about assault, they're scared about not being believed and not having someone to vouch for them and things like that. And so I feel it's important for me to talk about these situations because you could argue maybe I was never in danger. You could argue that maybe the entire time I was fine and it was just my anxiety and I was overreacting, you know? But it doesn't matter, okay? Because if I had decided after midnight, after someone knocked on my door, if I had decided after that fear fell over my body where my whole body went numb basically for a moment, and like I said, I felt my heart, like there was like a heat that fell over, and I'm shocked I didn't have a fucking panic attack, okay? Once you have that feeling, there's no fucking way I was gonna sleep the entire... Nomad, thank you for the Nomad, what the fuck? Nomad, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. You ate the poison. Thank you for the gifted subs. Oh my goodness. For the trauma, thank you. I don't like when we get the trauma hype trains going, but I guess it works. We're 50% to the new sub goal, so that's great. I think it's important to still talk about this because let's say I wasn't in danger. As soon as I had that feeling, I was not going to sleep the rest of the time I was there, okay? And I know that because from other times that I have been in unsafe accommodations, I didn't sleep and it ended up being fine, okay? But because of my anxiety, I know my sleep is directly correlated to me feeling safe the way it is for most people. And I can sleep really anywhere. I'll sleep in a car, I'll sleep in a loud fucking restaurant. I don't give a shit. I'll figure out a way to sleep. I sleep on planes. But if I don't feel safe in that moment, I'm not fucking sleeping, okay? And there's too many things that can go wrong in a hotel situation like that, especially one that is so exposed as that was. And so as soon as that feeling happened, I was never going to sleep the rest of the time I was there. And so if something bad did happen, like let's say I was leaving my room and I saw a drug deal or something like that, and someone decided to do something about it, my ability to deal with that situation and my ability to protect myself in that situation would have been greatly diminished because of lack of sleep. So it's important to acknowledge those feelings of, I feel unsafe, I need to relocate, I need to go somewhere else. And I think that's an important part of solo travel and having that mentality for yourself, okay? And so ended up moving. Assigned female poison, love it. What was the hotel? Or are you avoiding naming? Until I get my money back, I'm avoiding naming. It's just like it was a budget inn. It literally was like budget inn. It had 2 names. I heard reports later from other people because I talked to one of my Uber drivers later when I was going to my venue, and I was like, oh yeah, I was staying. She was like, oh, how are you staying at this hotel? It's nice. I was like, yeah, I was across the way before, and she was like, oh yeah, don't do that. And she said, now I should note she was Mexican herself, just because this is relevant. I'm just making, like, she is showing me this. She said that the government used to pay that hotel to hold up people that were seeking immigration status. I have no idea how true that is. But she herself was telling me this. And I was like, okay, I don't understand the relevance because also this place was in dis-fucking repair. And so I don't know why that would... I admit I have never sought this type of situation. Blue Skies, you won the Swell Grand Prix. You ate the poison. Greg, you ate the poison. Thank you for subscribing. So yeah, have you ever seen a motel? Yes, all the time. This was more of a motel than a hotel, but they were calling it a budget hotel, a budget inn blank hotel. And when I checked into the other hotel across the way, they were like, oh yeah, da, 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 da. And I was like, yeah, I was across the way. And they thought I meant like the Marriott location next door. I was like, no, across the way. And they were like, I see. You're not the first person to do this. I was like, okay, yeah, they gave me a room with a door kicked in. They were like, what? The good news is that, and like apparently the story was shared that like I had fled the other place. Apparently it had been shared because someone else at the gate later was like, did you get your room okay? like was like really kind of checking in on me. And again, I had no issues the rest of the time I was at the Hamptons Inn. But when I had called my friend that night after the knock, she pulled it up on TripAdvisor, you guys. Murder Hotel had 1 star on TripAdvisor. Thankfully, there were no reports of break-ins, robberies, no actual indication of murder at the Murder Hotel. Okay. But, it basically just sounded like it was an unsafe area. So one of the reasons I booked this area was like, if I needed to, I could walk to both my venues. Did not end up doing that. Those poor asylum seekers. Yeah. And still got a 1. It's not 0 stars. Don't be on a video. YouTubers harmed. Oh, come on. That would be so good. Like in the moment, like I'm going to be totally frank with you guys. You guys know me, okay? Well, you don't know me, but you get my point. Like I am really great with the actual confrontation, okay? If someone had managed to break through that window or break down that door, I would have fucking killed that person, okay? They might have also killed me, okay? But I'm putting up a fight. They might take me out. I'm bringing an arm with me as I go to the other side, okay? If that had happened, it's the I don't know what's happening next, that fucking pocket, that I can't fucking deal with, okay? That I can't deal with, okay? That moment I can't deal with. No, stop. It's the reality. Without their own trauma, yeah. No, you guys will know immediately. Like, it won't be one of those videos where it's like, unfortunately, we don't know. No, they were never caught. You guys will find out who the fuck this was. I'm using my dying breath to write out their fucking visual description on the fucking wall, okay? From pure rage at the audacity. There was a lamp. I was gonna use it. The fucking alarm clock. I already unplugged that thing. Okay, I have options. Cuck chair was blocking a lot, okay? Thank the trauma, okay? And again, we avoided that and I left, okay? Because again, it's the I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that feeling. So I relocated, okay? And again, had no other issues the rest of the time I was there. But I think it's important to acknowledge those things. And then as I was checking out, I was like, yeah, hey, I'm leaving. Yeah, you booked through a third party, so we can't refund you. Yeah, doesn't give us the option. Yeah. And then Booking.com, yes, I know Booking.com sucks. Booking.com has had me in an AI loop every time I tried to contact them. So I will just be calling my bank and asking them to submit a charge of fraud or some shit to deal with it. So I was in Denver. Drew. To make a review video content for both of my I went to 2 different events. I already filmed 2 videos, yeah. We have never done any martial arts, but I'm 100% convinced I would lamppost as a post staff at Kick-Ass. Nothing crazy, like nothing that like wouldn't be outside of the realm of what I've done previously and I've dealt with, I think is the way to go. Yeah, I've contacted them multiple times. I meant to review of the Murder Hotel. I mean, I could probably end up making a video that's like, let's talk about travel safety, and I just do a full video on that. Maybe we'll see, because I think it's, you know, the you know, solo travel video. I did you know, I admit I stopped reading the comments on the solo travel video because a lot of people were like being recklessly obtuse and determined to misunderstand me. Most of what I was seeing though was from the money side of things. Was there any people talking about safety or anything like that in that comment section? Did Cuck Chair save the day? Yeah. Definitely make it into a short video. I mean, I already did on TikTok, so. The video was 10 minutes long though, so I can't post it anywhere else. We need a Cuck Chair emote? No. I stayed at a hotel that we were calling a murder hotel when I was in Denver, Drew. Bean soup ass comments. Yeah. Alas. Which I then talked about later. Which it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, some videos aren't gonna land. It is what it is. It happens. I'll live. Let's see. Okay, you know what I have seen no one talking about? It's time for an Ebola update. I want to know what's going on. Okay, these are videos. I don't want videos. I want a report. Okay, this is from yesterday. Current situation. Responding to outbreak of Ebola in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. To date, no cases of Ebola disease have been confirmed in the United States. The overall risk to the American public. I don't care about the risk to us. I care about the global risk. Okay, Dominican, I keep doing that. Democratic Republic of Congo. 282 confirmed cases, 42 confirmed deaths. This is way lower than the estimates I was seeing. 220 suspected cases on top of that. 9 confirmed cases in Uganda, 1 confirmed death. The death count was way higher last time we checked this, no? About my Medicare, it takes me saying you are calling a business about 5 times before it hangs up. Fun. The CDC, I'm assuming, is not what cases. These numbers are not. This is from yesterday, but these numbers are not accurate. Disease. Okay, where's. Let's try AP. Hundreds of youth protests outside of Kenya's Ebola quarantine center for U.S. citizens. The protests come 2 days after Kenya's High Court suspended the establishment of the facility and the arrival of any foreign patients pending the hearing of a case filed by the Law Society of Kenya and a constitutional watchdog. The two organizations cited Kenya's fragile health system as the reason why foreign Ebola patients should not be quarantined in the country. U.S. officials said Thursday that the United States was planning to send Americans exposed to Ebola while abroad to a new facility in Kenya instead of flying them home. The officials spoke on conditions of anonymity to discuss the administration's plans. They said the facility would be at Laikipia Air Base and would be operational with 15 quarantine beds by Friday. This is from today. On Monday, hundreds of youths marched to the gates of the air base chanting anti-Ebola slogans. I'm so sorry. What's an anti-Ebola? Like, we don't want Ebola here? Is that what we're... I need more clarification. Health Minister Aden Duale on Sunday said the quarantine center was for everyone and not exclusively for U.S. nationals. The U.S. government intends to commit $13.5 million towards Kenya's Ebola preparedness efforts. Marco Rubio said in a statement, "Gee, it's almost like we wouldn't have to do this if we didn't have Doge run amok on everything." Local leaders, including Laikipia Governor Joshua Irungu, had told journalists that they were opposed to the establishment of the Ebola quarantine center. This will expose our people to Ebola. Why are they not doing it in the DRC? Why are they not doing it in Uganda? Why must they bring it here? So we are saying we categorically, no negotiations, no public participation. We want nothing. We want that facility taken out of our town. We want it taken out of Kenya. God, they're saying it's only 282 confirmed cases and 1,000 suspected for the virus. Jesus. Maybe if we didn't nuke USAID, this wouldn't have happened. I agree. There's some people that are cases emerge outside of Africa. Dear God. Okay. The good news is that I believe there were 2 people they suspected were in Brazil that had it, and so far one of them have tested negative. 4 nurses who were being treated for Ebola caused by the Bundibugyo strain of the virus have been discharged from a hospital in Bunia in the Democratic Republic of Congo after recovering from the disease, the World Health Organization said on Sunday. More recoveries are expected, especially when people are diagnosed early and able to access care as the response of the outbreak intensifies. Gee, it's almost like if the US hadn't stripped all of our fucking aid workers out of there and proper PPE and other methods of treatment, from the US being, soft power and a global super soft power, it's almost like this could have been negated way quicker. But no, we're the shitheads. So. Who weren't listed and injured, who were forced to stay in neighborhood buildings with ventilation and who now have chemical burns in their sinuses. Looks. What? I voted today already, yes. The agency said bringing the total number of people who have recovered from the virus to 5. However, suspect cases are being looked into in Brazil and Italy tied to travel to affected nations. I'm not going to pretend that I'm not stressed about the World Cup, but I mean, who knows who's coming to the World Cup at this point. I really don't think I think the World Cup is going to be bad, not just for disease, okay? I think that we're going to see a lot of foreigners arrested by ICE and just the US in general. And I don't want that to happen. But I can't tell you that you're going to be safe when you come here because this administration is psychotic and deranged and delusional. I can't tell you won't be profiled when you come here. About my local game, because since I'm in Seattle, we have the Pride game. I'm very interested in what's going to happen with that. The World Cup is going to be a mess. It's going to be a shit show. They finally brought some of the tickets down. Yeah, because they're being, sued, I think. He might be an immortal immune to Ebola. Maybe we should test it. Okay, also, people watching the Backrooms and not understanding things is telling me that some of you are not. I don't think you guys are watching movies. Were you on your phone for some people watching the Backrooms? Are there things that I would have tweaked or added to the Backrooms? 100%, okay? But, some of the hating of the Backrooms, I'm just like, oh, so you want internet slop. That's... You were watching this movie with your eyes shut. Okay. You need someone vocalizing their internal thoughts all the time for you to understand what's happening? Okay. You see that a dude from Phantom... No? What the fuck are you talking about? Let's see. People are stupid. They don't understand. Also, when it comes on streaming, I don't have much about background lore, but maybe the movie will help with that. I mean, I think knowing less lore is the move. Because I hadn't seen Kane Pixel's Backrooms, like, series for years. And I think that was a good thing, you know? You don't need, there's no gist of the Backrooms, because there's no gist. The point, it's impervious to a gist. There can't be a gist. It's the Backrooms. I saw Iron Lung in theaters. I did my civic duty to go see the YouTube movie in theaters. The only YouTube stemming movie I have not seen in theaters is going to be Obsession, because I've not been able to see it yet, unfortunately. But I don't think it needs me at this point. I wouldn't even say it's SCP. I think it got SCP-ified, but I wouldn't say it's SCP. No. That's the problem. There's too much fan-made, Roblox-made lore and shit of the Backrooms, and those are the people that are irritated about the Backrooms because they have created a further version of the Backrooms for themselves. Sorry, I shouldn't say that's only them. There's also people that are like, it had no plot when I feel the plot was extremely clear. Did it explain the Backrooms? No, because there's no point in explaining the Backrooms. It's impossible to explain. Movies with new faces now. When a celebrity shows up in a film, it's so distracting. Can I be totally frank with y'all? I did not like the actress who played Kat in the movie. I do not think she did. Like, that's a character that I think needed to be there because she needed to be the fucking voice of reason of what the fuck are we doing? Can we leave? And I don't think she was very good in it. I wanted her to reshoot some of her lines, especially when they're in the Backrooms. I was like, girl, can we do another take? Oh, I know what that is. Even I know they are noble, that's the point. Tore his tricep and, according to him, had the surgery while awake. I don't know, because I ignored that man at any given opportunity. Okay, Onslaught. So I saw this trailer for Onslaught starring Adria Arjona, okay? And I saw the trailer before Backrooms yesterday. The trailer's not out till tomorrow, which is silly because I've seen the trailer. And basically, Adria is playing a mom who is living in a trailer park after leaving Special Forces, okay? She seemingly had like traumatized, discharged. They're like, you got to get back out there. I'm just not ready, you know, that type of thing. Might be an injury involved, not certain, okay? But she's living in a trailer park with a couple of other vets, it seems like, okay? Nearby, there's a base. The base is doing testing. The base is creating super soldiers to use against civilians in case they need it. 3 of them escape and just start fucking killing people. It is low-key, I'm intrigued. As a concept, low-key fucking intrigued. In case they need it. They're not framed as good people. It's framed as the government is bad. That's the framing, okay? I'm shocked a movie like this hasn't come out sooner, okay? Now, I'm curious how they're gonna do this and how this is going to wrap, because for those who don't know, most movies that have a government involvement with any form of base, military vehicles, anything like that, the US government is usually signing off on it in some capacity or has gifted for a certain amount of money the use of these vehicles and such. And they usually make it so that you have to be like, but we're the good guys at the end, even if we're doing crime. So I'm curious how this will end. Because the trailer that I saw pretty blatantly said, yeah, they were designed specifically to go after civilian targets. Specifically, the American public. If we lost control of the American public, we designed these super soldiers specifically to go after them. It's pretty clear in the fucking trailer. So I'm intrigued by the concept because they do seemingly just start killing things. And one of them is wearing a skull mask. So it's giving a little bit Ghost Call of Duty. But he also looks possessed. So it's kind of giving zombie Call of Duty. I'm intrigued. I will be watching. We'll see robots and drones taking down protesters. I mean, we low-key kind of are already. Call of Zombies. Zombies of Duty. Yeah. Apparently it's not, but also is a secret sequel to the movie, to the movie Guest with Dan Stevens, I think, which I don't think I ever saw. But Dan Stevens is in it. The Guest, yeah, this is from 2014. Yeah, The Guest is a 2014 American action thriller directed by Adam Wingard and written by Simon Barrett. This film stars, give me the plot. Plot. A soldier introduces himself to the Peterson family, claiming to be a friend of their son who died in action. After the young man is welcomed into their home, a series of accidental deaths seems to be connected to his presence. So I guess I will need to be watching this. Is Micah Marone in this? Micah Monroe is in this? Ooh, okay. I will be watching. Anyways, Dan Stevens is also in this movie, so is in Onslaught. So some people are like, yeah, they're really not doing a lot to hide the fact that it's like not the allegations that it's not a stealth Guest sequel. Thank you for following. MK Ultra, Loki. So I think I'm gonna go. Everyone's like, oh, this is a good thing. So I will be going to, I'm gonna watch The Guest and go from there. Because I think I saw the trailers for that when it was coming out. What else? What other movies did I see? The trailer for The Guest. Oh, Evil Dead. God, Evil Dead had a Chekhov's gun. Having a Chekhov's gun in your trailer is fantastic. Because when they first opened it, I was like, oh, this is going to be a Final Destination movie. But no, it's Evil Dead. Basically in the trailer, someone is opening up a dishwasher or loading a dishwasher with utensils and knives. in the drawer. It's just left open. And then there's a knock on the door. So they go out. And then the end of the trailer, one of them goes, boo. And the guy falls backwards onto the utensils. And you know what? That ate. Zol of Zudi. The wax shot, I was like, okay, this is fucked up, but also I'm like, I don't think this is that. Like if you ate the glass, I would like it more, I feel like. But just like pouring the wax down your throat, I was just kind of like, okay. Like that's fucked up. That would burn. That would be awful. But like I'm like I need a little more. Bite it. I need to continue watching Widow's Bay. I'm up to I'm past episode 3. But everyone is very much supporting Widow's Bay right now, which is funny. The bugger to the rock you lifted. Okay, I'm not going to go any further talking about the backroom, so I don't want to give any spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen it yet. I do recommend seeing it. Let's see. Okay, the Reckless Ben situation. I've had several people ask me to talk about this. I'm not going to talk about this further, other than the fact of never fucking talk to the cops. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care if you did nothing wrong. Get a fucking lawyer. He talked to the cops when he was arrested. Basically, for those who don't know, Reckless Ben was contacted. A guy's $200,000 Lego set of Star Wars Legos was given to Bricks and Minifigs in Utah, okay? To sell with the agreement that the family still owed them, but to help them sell the Legos because the man's dad is in declining health and this is his Lego set, okay? The owner of the franchise, or the manager of that franchise, was removed by the owners. And then they are claiming that like the Legos aren't there anymore or that they don't have to pay them. It's kind of fuzzy, that part. Anyways, Reckless Ben is involved and is trying to get either the money owed or the Legos back. Those are what they want. They want the money owed or the Legos back, okay? They are being told that they cannot have the Legos back and that they are getting none of the money. Bricks and Minifigs is like nuking their company over this shit. They will... This is insane, okay? So Reckless Ben goes to Utah and is trying to like serve papers, all this stuff. Anyways, they've been arrested. I think the count is up to 4 times on bogus charges, okay? And the main thing I have to tell you here, you should never talk to the cops. You have the right to remain silent. You need to be using it. I'm requesting a lawyer. I don't care if you're sitting on the fucking curb in handcuffs. I don't care if they tell you that, oh, it's just that we just want, can you come sit in the car with us? We need to talk to you. I don't give a fuck. Ask for a fucking lawyer. I would like to remain silent. That's all. I'm invoking my right to counsel. That's it. It's a lot. The town is corruption. They are involved in the police. The police have now made a statement. There's a lot of fucking don't steal from old people is the seal that Reckless Ben put on this thing. Don't talk to cops. I'm begging you all. Just that's the main thing here. This whole situation is fucking weird, and I don't know how this ends because unfortunately we now have the police involved and the police are corrupt. So I really don't know where this goes. I don't know how this ends. Hmm. The YouTuber did not consign anything. Reckless Ben was contacted after the Legos had been stolen, is my understanding. Reckless Ben does not have entitlement to these Legos. It is someone else who is trying to help his dad sell his Star Wars Lego collection because it's one of the largest vintage Star Wars Lego collections, I think, ever. I hate everything. I'm not watching Euphoria. I've not watched Euphoria since season 1. But are you guys telling me that Rue got reincarnated as a cow? Is that a real thing? Jas, this whole thing is fraud. The whole thing is fraud. It's fraud from the top, it's fraud to the bottom. Bricks and Minifigs is nuking their company doing this shit and not just handing the Legos back over. Okay, entertainment. We're getting into anti-Semitic territory. I'm gonna go ahead and put you on hide. No need to get anti-Semitic. Sorry, one of the YouTube chatters was breaching territory. It's like, it's not just Mormons, Jewish people do it too. It's one of the reasons Kanye has been blacklisted so many times. Kanye has been anti-Semitic on multiple occasions. What are we talking about? We're not doing this. This is not a pro Kanye account. Sorry. No. I think he's a fucking weirdo. How's Amanda doing today? I'm back for 2 days. I was at a murder hotel in Denver. Ran, it was a lot. Kanye is the reason he's blacklisted. Yeah. Out of all the supervillains. It was just a random fucking tangent to bring up. It was like, whoa. All right, let's see. What else? I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Oh, had a guy be weird about, like, it was, I think this dude was on something when I met him. Do. Have you seen the lady Katie Miller is trying to attack for calling her husband an ugly fuck? What? Hashtag never convicted. Wow. Does me saying the word anti-Semitic summon more anti-Semitic people? What the fuck is going on? Why is everyone on one today being a fucking weirdo? Nith, did you get them? I lost them. Okay. After the staffer that did so? Jesus. I got them. Thank you. Thank you, Sonny. That he strands. Wow. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Every day there's something new. Hermes. 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 Oh yeah, Hermes is home, by the way. He's downstairs. Before I pulled out the gun. No, I don't know what's going on. There's weird shit on YouTube for some reason. I attract very random fucking weirdos. Let's see. Everyone loses their damn mind. Every day there's something. That's just the nature of YouTube chat, TBH. I never had that issue on the main account, unfortunately. I get weirdos, and there's a lot of them, but I think because chat's moving so quickly, like, I just don't see the blatant psychopathy happening over in YouTube chats. And then because there's only so many people on YouTube chat, I just have no choice but to psychoanalyze and deal with the people that are showing up. I'm just tired of the back and forth with these people at this point. What else was I going to tell you guys? Oh, I was walking. It was the first day of Outside Days, the festival itself, after the summit. And there was this guy, and I was wearing a badge, so I think he thought I worked there, but I did not work there, obviously, but I was wearing my mask. And he was like, I heard him mumbling, and he was behind me as I was walking. No one here knows where anything is. Like, blah, blah, blah. I was like, what's going on? Like, whatever. And he's like, I'm trying to get to Rooted. And I'm like, oh, it's back that way, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Just came from there. And I was like, okay. It is that way. Like, I'm looking for insert name of company thing that I never saw ever in the festival. So I don't know what the fuck he was talking about. And I was like, well, Rooted is that way. And he was like, he's like, okay, we're not connecting. The mask isn't helping. Blah, blah, blah. And he like stormed off, mumbling. It was very fucking weird. He then apparently did find someone from Outside Days who was the right person to tell, because he apparently was up here. And she was like, whoa, and grabbed him by the shoulders and was like, whoa, hey, you're up here, I need to bring it down here. It's the first day, we're gonna have fun. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. We'll figure this out. So, dude, I don't know. Maybe don't get high before your first day of work. I don't fucking know, dude. I don't fucking know. You're not making fucking sense. I don't work here. I'm trying to be helpful. Jesus. I do think he was high. I do think he was on something. No kidding. Yeah. The connecting thing was just so weird. I was just like, okay, dude, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, God. Calm down a 12-year-old and just destroyed an aisle in the grocery store. Like, the dude wasn't making fucking sense and he was already agitated, so I think I could have walked him to the place that he wanted to do, and I think he would still be pissed off. Lots of free shit, by the way, at Outside Days. Apparently, the only industry that is making money right now enough to have like legitimate good freebies at events is the outside company, outdoor companies. Upcoming Spidey movie. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I've barely looked at it. I'm so turned off of Marvel stuff right now and superhero stuff right now in general. And I don't want to be like, I love superheroes. I really do. But right now, I just like, there's so much of the same plots. I feel like there's not a lot of innovation happening. I feel like so like the whole Doomsday stuff is really, I'm like, what the fuck are we doing? Like you know, excited for Supergirl, I admit, but I also like Millie, so from one another as possible. Yeah. All right. My back. My back. Okay. Oh, fascinating. As someone that has traveled a lot, I think there are two types of malls. There's two types of malls, okay? There is the Glendale Galleria, okay? Or there is mall that's like 2 months max away from being on an urban exploring YouTube channel. Those are the two mall options. There's no like in between. It's either outside or indoors entirely, Glendale Galleria, or barely hanging on by a thread. Those are the two options. Yes, I talked about Backrooms, Rob, but I didn't want to go too in depth with it because some people haven't seen it yet. It's still opening weekend, so, well, technically it's not anymore, but you get my point. It's 2 months from abandonment for as long as you've known it. Exactly. Let's see. I'm trying to find up scary videos so we can go back to our usual. Where are you? Where are you? I swear I had a video. All of my videos are like, go outside. Let's see. Also, I lied. I'm gonna go to the bathroom first. Hello. I want a snack, but I don't have snacks. And I don't want to order anything. I, you know when you're like, God, I want that. You can't have it. Not even goldfish. I have nothing. Forage. I've already done that. I've already had handfuls of dry Cheerios today. Let's see. I'm looking for. I want spooky. Can't watch that. A&E will get me. Oh, fucked up thing happening that's currently unfolding right now. And I wanted to talk about this. I wanted to make a TikTok about this, but I decided I wanted to let it, like, I want to think about it further. Horrible thing has happened in the barrel riding community in Vegas this weekend, okay? A teenage competitor, she's 17, has been arrested, okay, on 2 felonies, if not more, okay? There's no bail set. She competed against other riders and did not come in first, okay? I believe her name is, hold on. They're saying her name has not been released. It definitely has. I've seen it. Basically, she did not win the competition. She congratulated, allegedly, the riders who won, and then later went and stabbed 3 of the horses. Stabbed them. At this time, all 3 have survived. 2 of them needed immediate surgery. And the internet is being like, oh, because she was jealous. I think it's deeper than that. I think we have this, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, and we've talked about this a few times, because of sports and things like that. They're saying like, oh, she was jealous. I think it's deeper than that. I think teenagers and a lot of people have no idea how to come in second anymore. And I don't know if this is because of the participation trophy generation. I don't know if this is in response to the participation generation. A lot of like school sports coaches, like school age sports coaches, have talked about the worst part of coaching children these days is their parents. And I think that's twofold. And I'm not blaming this girl's parents. We don't know enough yet. But these kids, these athletes are being told from a young age, you are the best, you need to be the best. If you're not the best, you're nothing. And so then when they come in second, they, one, have no idea how to lose gracefully, but they truly can't fucking handle it. And I'm shocked we don't hear of more violence about it. I'm shocked. I'm sure we will start hearing more, okay? The industry is talking about more security and safety measures in place for stalls after dark, for competition and things like that. And you know, and I think that's the thing. It's like I see this all the time with a lot of athletes that are student athletes that don't go pro or even don't play in college. They don't know how to fucking act. They don't know what to do with themselves because they've spent their whole lives being told that they're amazing at this sport and they're the best and they're gonna be the best, and then it goes fucking nowhere. They don't get that scholarship. It doesn't fucking go anywhere. They're not gonna be in the NFL or the MLB or the NHL. They're not going fucking anywhere. And they become shells of fucking adults, and they are stuck at the age of 14 and they cannot fucking develop. And I think this is just, again, I think this is we're going to start seeing more of this because these kids, and again, I'm not saying that she shouldn't be charged. She should absolutely be charged. She did something fucking horrible. I don't give a fuck. Okay? I don't care that she's 17. It's the logical conclusion of if you're not first, you're last. Yeah, and again, I do think that's partially because of the participation trophy era, but also I think it's a culture situation as well. Like I think it's like these kids don't know how to lose. And so then when they get to professional levels and everything, they don't know how to deal with it, you know? Yeah, for coming in fifth. Riley Gaines, yes. So you usually have a problem with the players, though all of the male coaches are assholes. There is some crazy stories. I've heard like there's a coach that had the team split up into team Trump versus team Biden. What the fuck? Like she's trying to get rid of the horses in hopes next time she'll be better, or it was just rage. People are saying it's jealousy, and like a lot of the horse riding community, I've been seeing a lot of videos from the horse community and things like that on TikTok this morning, including a girl literally sleeping in the same stall as her horse during a competition because people like this girl exist. A teenage barrel racer allegedly went on a savage stabbing spree inside a Las Vegas horse barn, leaving 3 prize competition horses slashed, bloodied, and stitched up in a shocking overnight attack. The girl, whose name has not been released, people have released it, because she is a minor, was arrested Saturday after the attack at the 2026 NBHA Professionals Choice Vegas Super Show at the South Point Arena and Equestrian Center. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police said officers responding to a barn in the 9700 block of Las Vegas Boulevard shortly after 2 a.m. regarding an injured horse. When they arrived, they found 3 horses that had been intentionally injured with a sharp object. Investigators soon identified the teenage competitor as a suspect, noting she had access to the barn where the horses were kept. Investigators believe she may have used a knife to inflict multiple injuries on the horses. The injuries were not life-threatening, but are expected to keep the horses out of competition, according to the Sun. One of the injured horses was Slough Good, known as Sully. His owner, competitor Haley Krahenbull, said the horse had been stabbed several times. Jesus. Sully was stabbed multiple times last night. I have no words. He is stitched up and in recovery. God, this one horse that they have a photo of, Sully, was stabbed. Okay, so horse, neck, body, stab in the neck, stab in the shoulder, another stab in the upper part of the leg, another stab not far below. I'm not showing you the photo. She later added that another one of her horses, Foxy, narrowly escaped injury. Foxy was almost stabbed but is okay, she wrote. Another horse, a mare named Detail, owned by competitor Ariel Phillips, was found by her owner wandering the barn, bleeding and scared. The vet confirmed they were perfect stab wounds. There's no way it was anything else, Phillips wrote, adding the Detail was treated at the barn and received stitches. Phillips later posted photos revealing some gruesome wounds on the horse's shoulder and chest, with blood splattered hay marking the aftermath in the stall. She claimed the horse she claimed the suspect was a crazy, obsessed stalker who repeatedly messaged her asking to meet, but she never responded. Last night at 11 p.m., I was sitting with Detail at her stall for an hour. This girl came by twice trying to make conversation and ask weird questions. 2 minutes after I left her stall at 12:02 a.m., the psychopath went in and brutally stabbed her 6 times at 12:04, causing Detail to go frantic and get loose, taking off through the barn aisles, blood pouring everywhere. God, that one looks like a slash. Not just a stab. Is that the horse's neck? No, this is the mane here. So, awful. So the attack shattered emotionally. I can't even put into words the pain I feel for my mare and for Haley Sully. Detail is traumatized every time she runs away from the approach of my hand. I burst into tears. This is my best friend. An innocent sweet horse who only knows how to give me her all was brutally tortured for no reason. You don't mess with the animals, and you don't mess with this mare. I will not stop until Detail and I receive justice. Another competitor at this event, 17-year-old Kaylee Raymer of Las Vegas, told the Las Vegas Review she knew the suspect and was stunned by the allegations. I've talked to her a few times. It's kind of scary that something like that would happen here. In a statement posted to Facebook, the National Barrel Horse Association describes the attack as an isolated incident during the early morning hours of Saturday, May 30th, involving the mistreatment of a limited number of equine competitors by an event competitor. The individual involved has been removed and placed in the care of authorities, and there is an ongoing threat of any kind. Police said detectives later tracked the suspect to a nearby hotel, where she was taken into custody before being transported to Clark County Juvenile Hall. She was booked on 12 counts of willful and malicious kill, maim, and torture of an animal, horse, along with 3 felony counts of malicious destruction of private property valued at more than $5,000. A GoFundMe campaign to cover veterinary bills and recovery costs for the injured horses already raised over $8,000. Her name is out there. Let's see other comments on this. Let's see. Her name is out there. I've saw people talking about her name. The third horse luckily only received superficial injuries. The suspect involved is also a child. Hopefully she receives the appropriate help, and I hope all the horses, they're humans, get recovered from the trauma quickly. Reading that kind of gave me the impression that she'd been trying to integrate herself with these riders she admired, and when it wasn't reciprocated, she lashed out. I think she's deeply unwell. I think this is a... Let's see. My baby cousin does, I don't think she does barrel racing, but she does compete with horse riding. So she's not a baby also. She's like 15, but still. Like, it is stressful to see these things, you know? Let's see. It sounds like multiple people have said they've had run-ins with her. Apparently her name was also Haley. I'm remembering the name. I think it's...
I just watched a...
God, it's so many stab. It's more stabs than I thought it was in that one solely. Oh, I'm sorry. Her name was Emily, was the girl.
Did you hear about that 17-year-old that stabbed those 3 horses in Las Vegas?
All right. Let's see. Hang on. Her TikTok was removed. Identified in the community as Blank Grace, was arrested after allegedly stabbing 3 horses, Sully, Bella, and Dash. Okay, well that's not right because one of the name was Destiny. So either this is wrong or there's one of the horses was identified as Destiny, so. There were charges for animal abuse and animal attempts to maim and kill an animal. That was one of the charges. the federal charges come in because these are competition horses, and horses already cost a lot, but because they're competition horses, they're often insured as not just animals but as property. And so there we get into like the destruction of property over $5,000. So again, animal cruelty, plenty, okay? But then we also have the fact that she went after show and competition horses. Let's see. Yeah, some of these places are just straight up posting her face. Arraignment scheduled in a couple of days. Bail has not been set because of the severity of the charges. Yes. Yes, there's animal cruelty laws. There's plenty of that. That's often, so it's not the only reason, but for example, it's how they get a lot of hoarders to finally vacate their properties and such, is there's sometimes animal neglect happening, but there are animal neglect, animal abuse laws and such in place. You could argue that I sometimes think the charges are too light, frankly, for some of the, because there's, if I remember correctly, there's not a huge gap between certain crimes against animals and severity of animals. It's like, kicking a dog can be the same as intentionally starving a dog, things like that, depending, so. But yeah. 12 counts of willful malicious kill, maim, torture of animal, and 3 felony counts of malicious destruction of private property, like I said, of over $5,000. Yeah, Ariel identifies her pet as Detail, so I'm wondering if they just missed that AI article that I found previous that said it was from Destiny, just misread Detail or something. Apparently she was stalking the other competitors and her parents were warned she was a bully. Jesus. Oh, someone tried to warn someone in January, it looks like. I'm reaching out because I have serious concerns about Emily's recent behavior within our community, and I feel it's important you're aware. This might be her mom. Over the past several weeks, there have been repeated incidents involving bullying and harassment of other children, including the creation of fake social media pages, accounts used to mock or target kids. There have also been behaviors that feel like stalking or monitoring families and children in ways that are alarming. This has escalated to the point that multiple parents are actively ensuring Emily is not around their children. I'm not writing to speculate or assign blame, but these behaviors are unacceptable, harmful, and approaching legal boundaries. I strongly encourage you to look closely at what is occurring day to day, particularly online, and address it immediately. It would be helpful. I'm willing to share specific examples privately. Again, they're trying to say that she was mentally ill. I think it's deeper than that. I don't know. Jesus. It's scary that it sounds like people knew there were lots of red flags, but no one did anything or didn't do enough. Again, it's like when you're 17, though, like the responsibility goes to the parents and the other, it sounds like the parents of other children that were competing around her or in different groups or school or whatever were like, okay, cool, we're just gonna keep our kids away. And at a certain point, that's like, it's one thing to think that your kid is a bully and is cyber stalking people, or to think that I think this person is a bully and a cyber stalker. We're breaching legal boundaries here. It's another thing to think that they would engage in active violence against a living thing. That's a hard leap for a lot of people to put on a teenager. Even a teenage, especially a teenage girl, we could argue. We could argue gender politics on this as well. Especially with the stereotypes and the rhetoric around horse girls as well. Probably no one even thought that if there was any violent tendencies, they probably never thought it would be a violence against another horse. On my feed today, yeah, a lot of them were posting videos like, oh, I can never imagine doing what she did and things like that. If wealth is a factor here, I mean, it's a horse company. They're horse riding. Horse riding is not cheap. So a lot of people are posting videos. Apparently, the mom is a pediatrician, but I don't know how true that is. God. I hate this. Like, the more I'm reading, I'm just like angry. It'll come out, she's deeply disturbed. And again, I don't think this is going to be an argument of not fit to stand trial. Because especially trying to talk with Soli's owner beforehand, multiple times, trying to buddy up to her multiple times. and then not long after stabbing the horse, and then others. Like, because did she wait? So 12 a.m., not long after 12 is when she stabbed the first horse, it sounds like. Then 2 a.m. is when the others were when the authorities were alerted that a horse was bleeding in the barn, and then they found 3 horses. So I don't know. That's a lot of behavior, you know. And also, I'm sorry, it's a show. No, there's no cameras. I mean, I'm not sure if these are established stables. I don't know if these were pop-up stables or established stables, you know? I think she goes to the courts, yeah. I think she knew what she was doing, especially with where she stabbed the horses. Some of them, it looks like it's very concentrated to one front of the leg, you know? And on one, it looks like she got it near its head at some point. It's, you know, it's more than just like stabbing violently randomly. You know what I'm saying? Outside, at least. Yeah, I'm sure there's some footage or something that just will not be released. Let's see. Okay. Let's... Spooky videos, spooky videos, spooky videos. Okay, this is a new one we've never tried. Campsite chills. There are ways, yeah, like any form of competition, like any athlete, horses can be overworked. It's not inherently harmful for them to engage in competition. Riders should not be shitheads that overwork their horses. Oh, bear dude, Mr. YouTube. Well, I mean, let's see. This is only 4K subscribers from 3 weeks ago. How's the volume for you guys?
On April 30th, 2026, YouTuber
Watchers
Chris
have
Bear
seen all of
drove
these.
deep into the New Jersey Pine Barrens, a million-acre expanse notorious for disappearances. He was completely alone. The journey starts at the Apple Pie Hill Fire Tower. Even in the fading
Apple
light,
Pie
Chris
Hill?
admits to a heavy, unseen
Do
gaze
they have
watching
apple
him
pie?
from the brush.
I don't know if you can tell where I am right now. That's a water tower, and I got about 200 feet of elevation right now. Believe it or not, I'm in New Jersey. I am in the Pine Barrens. Yes, the Pine Barrens. I managed to find a hill. Guys, I couldn't believe this was actually real, so look around. There's literally like a hill. It's all hilly through here. This is one of the, I guess, steepest, hilliest parts of the Pine Barrens. That's called the Applejack Hill Tower, I believe. Apple Hill? Apple Cider Hill? Applejack Hill? I don't know. It's got a name. Someone with the
Is
apples.
this
But there's
relevant?
a fire tower here. I was hoping to go climb up it and just kind of check out the views. Unfortunately, that is shut off. One like, and I'll break in and I'll do it. I'll come back. I'll jump the fence.
Is this
He
relevant?
reaches the ruins of Friendship, an abandoned iron-working village. The air feels thick with the history of a community that simply vanished into the pines.
Guys, so I just pulled up to the old Friendship ruins. Now, this is a spot that typically when I come to the Pine Barrens, I usually like meet up here. It's kind of like base camp. And I've never seen it like this before because the last time I was here, I think it was like end of winter.
This
It
hill
was
is
tall
hilly.
grass everywhere, but I don't know if they've mowed it or it's just from it being dead. I think it's been mowed.
Is this gonna be relevant?
It is crazy. There's no grass or anything.
So many of these
the whole thing with
companies,
the
these channels pad
Friendship
the
Ruins
runtime.
is that there actually was an old iron, it was a mine or factory,
Okay,
but
this
essentially they
should
used
be
to
relevant.
have a lot of iron workers back here. This was actually like a development, a community. People lived back here, worked back here. Whole lives were spent back here in the 1700s and 1800s. When people died, they were buried. From what I understand, they're buried out in this grass out here.
Okay.
So I just want to come check it out because I've been here a couple times, but every time I come, we've had UFO sightings. We've had, you name it, whatever kind of sighting there is.
Hey,
We've heard
Smolder.
weird sounds and things we can't explain.
Older.
More times than one.
The equipment turns aggressive. Voices through the spirit box command him to
Where
run,
in the fuck did he get a
whispering about
spirit
burials,
box?
an account of lives lost in the forest.
What else is out here in this forest to be scared of? What kind of evil creatures live out here? Did you guys hear that girl's voice?
It's not a voice.
That was creepy as hell. Run? What do I need to run from?
Oh, not the iPhone necrophonic.
What if
Go
I don't run?
fuck
What if I stay out
yourself.
here tonight?
It's the iPhone one, guys. These things are fucking bullshit. It's the iPhone necrophonic. It's bullshit. It literally says white noise. These things are fucking a joke. You're fucking kidding me. Oh, God.
At Hawkins Bridge, the
Was that it?
atmosphere turns physical. He discovers fresh animal bones scattered near the water,
Okay.
confirming rumors of local cult activity.
No, it doesn't.
Guys, I'm at Hawkins Bridge.
It confirms
This bridge is
local
locally
animal
known here
activity.
in the Pine Barrens for cult activity. People are said to have drowned in the water here.
That
A
isn't
woman
equal.
is said to have been
Drownings don't
seen on
equal
the bridge
cults.
multiple times by people. They say he was
Not me defending Colts, but like you got me, Crimwolf. You won the Swell Grand Prix. You ate the poison. I don't have the flag. What are we doing? No, even cult or a cult. They're not doing this shit.
see her shadow on this bridge. Is there a woman out here?
What? Yeah, dude, she's hiding from me. Scare the shit out of her.
God, this is so creepy.
Is that a light in the
So
water?
eerie. So something that I've
I
read about
did
this
think
place is
someone
that
was
there's a
standing
lot
by
of
his car.
occult activity that goes on here, and you actually will
Coyotes are cult members.
you'll find bones
You'll find bones.
and different sacrifice objects.
Okay, bones do not equal sacrifice
carcasses.
objects. I need us to be so
They
serious.
say there's a lot of stuff you'll find out here on the water.
That's when the peace shatters. A human-like scream echoes
There's
from the dark,
peace here?
followed immediately by a sharp gunshot ringing out from the tree line.
Oh, please.
What the hell? Yo, who's down there?
That's an animal.
That was the loudest scream. That was so creepy.
That was not loud at all. It almost sounded like a whistle more than anything. What the fuck are we talking about?
That was my phone. Damn it. That was the loudest
What?
scream.
Hang on.
Whistle, echo, whatever that was.
Anarchy's going to a screening tonight for a movie. It might be a premiere. We don't know. She was like, okay, last chance. I got confirmation it wasn't the bullshit because there was bullshit we had previously. And I was like, dude, I have to dye my hair and I look ugly. I'm not ready to go to a movie screening right now. I'm live with you guys.
You guys enjoying my company right now?
No. No, I'm not.
I hear footsteps.
Explain that device.
Explain
It's just a
that
camera.
device.
I'm just recording video, documenting this moment right now. Oh,
Is there a
there was just a
gunshot?
light down there. I just saw a light down there. Who's down there?
Oh, please. Yeah, sure. Let's take our light off the thing. You're
Guys,
scared.
this place is crazy.
I think
This
you're
is so
just,
creepy. I'm so uncomfortable. I'm so
Yeah,
deep
you're just stressing
in the
yourself
Pine
out
Barrens
right
right
now.
now, all by myself. Should I come back here and camp out one night? Because I will.
Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead. You got one more video.
Hello?
This time, YouTuber Moxley from Moxley Paranormal World ventured into a dense, isolated woodland. He was searching for wildlife, but he found something far more sinister.
Phone to a good friend of mine, and he's just put me onto a location. So tonight I was actually heading out somewhere else when my phone went off, and it's a good friend of mine, Stu. So massive shout out to you, Stu. I know you said don't
What if Stu was setting you
give
up?
your group name out, but he said to me, he said, right, Mox, he went, a place that we've been going to do photography, looking for like deer, foxes, badgers, all sorts of stuff. They were there 2 nights ago, and he said they were there till late evening, and they were trying to get some late evening, just before night, shots, and they were hearing all sorts of weird stuff. But he did say the grounds to this place.
He picks a spot near a stagnant stream. The ground is littered with deer tracks, but the
Okay.
silence feels unnatural and heavy.
Tower just over this side. Let me see if I can zoom in. Yeah, you can just see the tower
A tower.
just there. So that is my closest civilization. But road traffic, you might hear cars out here. These mics are pretty damn sensitive as well, so they do pick up quite a lot. That doesn't look like a bad spot, does it? Be rude not to go and have a look.
It does look like a haunted spot.
Oh yeah. Deer tracks. They're all over the place here. So the only other thing I can't really
Deer
do
tracks,
whilst I'm
the
out here
scariest
tonight
animal.
is actually have a live fire.
While pitching his tent, Moxley suddenly freezes. He spots movement through the thick brush,
Yeah,
something
probably-
pacing him from the shadows.
Probably a deer.
Just I thought I see movement through there.
My guess is deer. So, a deer, a female deer.
Just I heard a weird noise. Heard a weird noise and then seen movement.
Probably a
Night
deer.
falls, and he sits down to eat his meal. That's when it happened. A low human-like groan vibrates from the
Oh,
darkness
okay. Yeah,
just
it's
feet
definitely a
away
deer.
from his camp.
Right. I'm literally sat trying to finish my noodles.
Not the noodles.
And to me right, I could hear, I don't know, it was like a groaning noise. But it sounded like it was coming from a person. Like going,
I'm sorry, this is so bad.
In 2014, an
actually
abandoned
scared.
cell phone was found in the back seat of a taxi in Fiji. When a passenger found it, they started looking through its contents to figure out who it belonged to. In the camera roll, they found a roughly 10-minute video. It was pixelated handheld footage shot from the deck of a large vessel somewhere in the open ocean. The video captured a gruesome mass killing, which would take years before the man responsible for it was ever found. Now, the first few minutes of the footage have been scrapped from the internet, but from what I could gather, they showed the deck of a ship with people yelling in multiple languages. Beyond that, another ship is visible nearby, and right next to it is a smaller boat sitting roughly 100
Hi,
feet
Clip.
away. At first, nothing happens. The video plays out normally, but a few seconds later, one of the larger vessels suddenly accelerates and slams directly into the smaller boat, flipping it
Jesus.
over and throwing the crew into the ocean without life jackets. As the men clung to pieces of debris, a man started shouting from somewhere aboard the ship, giving commands in Mandarin to shoot the drowning men.
Holy shit.
What followed was a savage massacre with 40 rounds of bullets fired throughout the duration of the video, killing one man after the other. Even when one of the men tried to surrender by raising both of his arms, he was immediately shot in the back of the head. After the shooting stopped, the camera kept rolling, and it showed crew members on deck laughing and posing for selfies beside each other, as if what had just happened was nothing new to them.
shit.
The video of unknown origins was uploaded to YouTube, where it circulated for months before reaching authorities. The footage was eventually found by journalist Ian Urbina, an investigative reporter for the New York Times at the time and founder of the Outlaw Ocean Project, a journalism group that investigates lawlessness, human rights abuses, and environmental crimes at sea. Ian launched a months-long investigation into the footage and worked with maritime crime researchers to trace its origin. At first, nobody knew which ship the footage came from, where the shooting had taken place, or who the men in the water were. But after analyzing the video more closely, it showed enough of the surrounding vessels to give investigators somewhere to start. The shooting had taken place on September 29, 2012, with 4 fishing vessels at the scene. A maritime research group compared the ships visible in the footage against global vessel databases
Yeah,
and
that's
identified
pretty. I don't know how you wouldn't be able to identify these ships when most of them have pretty open labeling.
filming vessel as Ping Shin 101, which sailed under a Taiwanese flag. That discovery completely changed the direction of the investigation. Under maritime law, a ship sailing under a country's flag is subject to that country's jurisdiction, even in international waters, which meant the people responsible for investigating the massacre should have been the Taiwanese government. Eventually, the Taiwanese government released an official statement explaining what had happened, or at least what seemed like the explanation at the time. According to them, the men in the water were Somali pirates who had fired on a fishing fleet, and the shooting was an act of self-defense. The incident had taken place in a part of the Indian Ocean that was infested with Somali pirates during the early 2010s. So the fishing vessels operating there routinely carried armed private security for protection. This was a believable explanation, but looking closely, it had some holes. The first problem was that nothing in the footage showed the men in the water carrying any firearms, so there was nothing indicating that they were pirates. And when analysts examined the debris floating around them, it did not look like the type of vessels Somali pirates were typically known to use. However, the contradiction that finally broke the official story came from inside the ship itself. In 2016, a private investigator tracked down 2 Filipino crew members from the Ping Shin 101, Aldrin and Maximo. Maximo was one of the men seen posing for selfies on deck after the shooting, and his testimony directly contradicted what Taiwanese officials had said. They didn't have any guns, only fishing equipment on their boat. It was wrong, people getting shot, but there was nothing I could do about it. Using witness accounts, along with analysis of the voice heard over the loudspeaker, investigators were able to identify the man giving the shooting orders as the ship's captain, a Chinese national named Wang Fengyu. Wang had ordered 2 Pakistani security guards aboard the vessel to open fire on the men as they floated in the water. When it was over, at least 10 men were dead.
Jesus.
But despite dozens of witnesses across the surrounding ships, no maritime law required any of them to report what they'd just seen. So, no one did. The bodies were never recovered, and for nearly 2 years, the killings went completely unreported, and was only ever discovered because of the footage found on the phone left behind in the taxi. By the time investigators identified the Ping Shin 101 in 2015, the ship had already sunk to the bottom of the ocean, and there was nothing left to examine for evidence. But the most disturbing detail of the case wasn't the shooting itself, it was what had happened just before it. According to Aldrin's interviews, the shooting in the video was not an isolated incident. Roughly 5 days earlier, Wang had taken the Ping Shin 101 to join 3 other fishing vessels in attacking a small sailboat. The ships circled the boat together, terrorizing its crew before taking turns ramming it until it overturned and sank. The unarmed men were then thrown into the water while they screamed, "No Somali, no pirates." Wang ordered the 2 Pakistani guards to open fire, and when they hesitated, he came down from the bridge.
Hey, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like this whole what the fuck? Why are you so cavalier about human life? What the fuck?
Took a machine gun from one of them and brutally shot the man himself. Between the 2 attacks, more than 30 people were violently murdered. However, when Wang was eventually arrested in August 2020, almost 8 years after the mass killing, only 4 deaths could be proven. And after multiple appeals over the years, Taiwan's Supreme Court confirmed his 26-year sentence in January 2025. Unfortunately, the men who died have never been identified, and no bodies were ever recovered. But none of this answered the real question. Why had Wang actually done it? His official story was the one Taiwanese authorities gave to the press. The men were pirates and the shooting was self-defense. But almost nothing about that story held up. His own crew told investigators the men in the water had no weapons. And even the Taiwanese court that accepted Wang's pirate claim convicted him of murder, because once the men were in the water, they couldn't fight back. So what was his reason? Digging deeper, there lies a darker explanation. The Ping Shin 101 had reportedly been illegally poaching off Somalia, stealing its fish. Maritime experts believe the surge of piracy attacks against foreign vessels in that region during the early 2010s wasn't really piracy at all. It was Somali fishermen pushing back against foreign ships stealing the fish they depended on for survival, which meant the men Wang killed may not have been pirates at all, but local fishermen confronting one of the foreign vessels stealing from their waters. Sadly, to this day, no one knows who those victims were or whether anyone is still waiting for them to come home. On the morning of April 22, 2012, firefighters in North Bend, Washington responded to smoke coming from a quiet suburban home on Southeast 159th Street. By the time firefighters put out the fire, it had only reached the kitchen. As they searched the house, they realized the fire was cover for something much darker. Inside the bedrooms, they found 41-year-old Lynette Keller and her 18-year-old daughter Kayleen, both shot in the head. 7 gas containers were spread throughout the house, and a plastic gas can had been placed on an electric stove with the burner turned on. Someone had clearly wanted this entire home to burn to the ground, but the fire was stopped before it could finish the job. The only person missing from the scene was the husband and father, Peter Keller. He was a quiet 41-year-old who worked at a computer refurbishing store where his boss described him as an excellent employee, and close relatives knew him as a good father and a loving husband. Peter had no criminal record and no history of violence. The only thing slightly unusual about Peter was that he liked to go on long weekend hikes by himself. But as investigators would soon find out, those hikes were covering up something Peter had been building for nearly 8 years. During their investigation, officers found an unlocked safe in one of the rooms.
Is this the guy that built the... Okay, is this the case of the guy that wanted to live off grid and was like building like a bunker off grid? Is this that guy? God, I think I've heard of this case. If this is what I think it is.
Inside were hand-drawn blueprints for an underground structure and hundreds of photographs documenting its construction. Along with this, there were hard drives where officers found footage Peter had recorded of himself just weeks earlier. This footage proved crucial in the initial investigation. In one of the clips, Peter can be seen walking through dense forest, talking about finally bringing some kind of project to an end.
Well, it's about 2 weeks before the end. This is going to be my last video, probably before till after that.
He was speaking as if he'd been stockpiling large amounts of supplies somewhere, preparing for the moment when he could stop going back and forth.
I have about 3 loads left before the final. Been doing pretty good lately, getting about 2 loads up a week. About 100 pounds each week now.
I hate this.
Of supplies and material.
He had weapons.
To investigators, the end Peter was referring to was likely the murder of his wife and daughter, followed by the fire he set to erase the evidence. And the photographs and blueprints recovered from the house showed where the plan was supposed to lead next. An underground bunker somewhere in the Cascade Mountains, which was just a few miles from his North Bend home. Based on the way he spoke in the videos, investigators had every reason to believe that wherever this bunker was, Peter was probably hiding inside it at that moment.
Basically, I can last months up here without ever leaving. I've got propane, gasoline, food, soap, all supplies. So, really set right now.
Yeah, I don't remember if he ever explained why he had to kill his family.
The problem was that it could have been anywhere in or near the Cascade Mountain area. But without an exact location, that still left them with 30 to 40 miles of dense woods and dozens of possible hills where Peter could have disappeared. For the next few days, there were no meaningful leads. However, on April 26, after 4 days of searching and sifting through evidence, investigators found a blurry photograph recovered from the Keller house. It was among the few pieces of evidence the fire had failed to destroy. The image appeared to have been taken from inside the bunker, looking out through the trees. In the distance, investigators could make out power lines and the rooftops of what would later be identified as the North Bend Premium Outlets. Around the same time, they received a tip from hikers who had seen Peter's red 1994 Toyota pickup at the Rattlesnake Ridge trailhead weeks earlier. Together, those two clues narrowed the search to a specific stretch of mountain about 4 miles from the trail. On April 27th, 36 SWAT officers began climbing the ridge. After 7 hours of searching through the steep forest, they finally found the bunker. But even after locating it, officers still didn't know exactly where Peter was inside. So they surrounded the bunker and fired tear gas in, and moments later, Peter responded with gunshots from the darkness. The standoff lasted 22 hours before officers used explosives to blow a hole through the roof. Inside, on the lower level, they found Peter dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Reviewing the footage, this is something Peter had prepared for.
At this point, I don't know what's going to happen. I may get caught right away. Basically, if I get caught, I'm just going to myself. So, I mean, I could basically be in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I don't know. It's all up to chance at this point. So, I don't think anyone knows where I'm at. But if they put it together, who knows? At this point, I have to take that chance.
The handgun found beside his body was the same one he used to kill Lynette and Kayleen. Inside the bunker, officers found enough food and water to last months, along with weapons, body armor, and tens of thousands of dollars in cash.
He didn't have to kill
Peter
his
had
family.
stored everything he thought he would need for the outlaw life he'd been planning for years.
Why
I'm getting
kill
to
your
the point
family?
where just trying to live and pay bills and live as a civilian and go to work, it just freaks me out. It's actually more comfortable for me to think about living out here, robbing banks, pharmacies, just taking what I want for as long as I can. At least it'll be exciting. It won't
I
be
hate this.
boring. And I don't have to worry about Lynette or Kayleen. And everything will be taken care of. It'll just be me.
I hate this.
Now, a natural question that comes to mind is why? Why go through all that trouble to destroy his family and get away from them? Based on the evidence, investigators believe Peter wanted to disappear and start a new life far away from the responsibilities of a husband and a father. His wife Lynette and daughter Kayleen were obstacles to this fantasy.
Well,
Men
before,
are so fucking pathetic. I'm
you know,
sorry. Like, I hate
a while
this.
ago, I used to sit here and think, this whole thing is just crazy at times, and then I'd think about it, and it would make sense, and it's like, okay, this is what I gotta do. But, now, I guess with time, I just think that way all the time, that this is what I gotta do. I don't even question it anymore. It just seems like everything makes so much sense now.
After the case was officially closed, Lynette's family used the money recovered from the bunker, along with the rest of Peter's estate, to establish the Kayleen Keller Memorial Scholarship Fund at DeJaPenn Institute of Technology, the same school Kayleen had been hoping to join before her father decided to end that dream.
I hate this. I hate it.
Highway 1 is one of California's most scenic coastal routes, carrying drivers along narrow stretches of road
God,
where the
it's
Pacific sits
closed
just
so
beyond the
often.
shoulder. On the morning of December 30th, 2019, a man named Philemon Ledesma had been driving northbound near Gray Whale Cove when he witnessed one of the most bizarre car accidents. Shortly after 10:30 a.m., he called 911 to report that he had just watched a vehicle fly off one of those cliffs in San Mateo County.
What?
Officers arrived within 20 minutes and found tire tracks at the edge of the highway leading toward a drop of roughly 40 feet into the Pacific.
Jesus.
But below it, there was absolutely no evidence of a vehicle or driver for officers to recover. With nothing in the water and only Philemon's word to go on, officers needed some way to confirm what he had seen. They scoured through Philemon's car and noticed a dash cam he had installed years earlier. On it, they found footage of the accident, and it was just as bizarre as he described.
Why is the dash cam moving? What the fuck?
The SUV drove across the sandy patch at the edge of the highway, went airborne, and plunged straight down the cliff.
Holy
the California
shit.
Highway Patrol and Coast Guard quickly launched a massive search operation, with local fire crews and deputies combing the area by land, sea, and air. Later, they found vehicle debris in the water below, but unrelated to that specific SUV. 2 days later, the footage was released to the public and went viral across the internet.
Holy shit.
But instead of bringing in leads, it created a new problem. Over the following weeks, people started picking the footage apart frame by frame. Some focused on why Philemon kept driving even after the SUV went over. Others couldn't understand why someone would drive straight off a cliff into the Pacific. And before long, a growing number of people began claiming the video had been deepfaked. Many just couldn't understand how no trace of the car or driver was found, as if they had just disappeared. But California Highway Patrol quickly dismissed these claims. Experts like Shamir Alibi, founder of the deep-faked footage detection company Amber Video, also suggested that the footage was most likely
These
real.
are older, by the way.
So then how had a vehicle gone off a cliff in broad daylight and somehow left investigators with no physical evidence that could tell them who was inside or where the person had disappeared to? Well, something a lot of people didn't take into account was just how drastic the terrain is off this stretch of highway. Just beneath the cliffs are jagged rocks, thick brush, narrow ravines, and violent surf that can hide or pull apart a vehicle within minutes. In many places, once something goes over the edge, it disappears into a maze of coastline that rescuers can barely access even in daylight. Which is why it was so surprising when the case actually had a breakthrough. Human remains were found on Montara Beach, along with a California driver's license. DNA testing confirmed they belonged to 52-year-old Tracy Ivory Sinclair from San Francisco. A later DMV search also showed she was the registered owner of a 2007 Lexus SUV, matching the car in the footage. Her family had filed a missing person report months earlier, and they had been waiting for her the entire time. But even after a name was finally attached to the dashcam footage, officials never determined whether Tracy lost control of the car or drove off the cliff deliberately. And disturbingly, this isn't the only instance of this. In 2004, a 23-year-old named Jason Affolter drove off this same stretch, and his body was found washed up on the beach days later. Then, in 2017, a 22-year-old went missing on his way to work, and investigators eventually concluded he had driven off the cliff as well. But despite all of this, it took California's Transportation Department until December 2020 to install barriers along the cliffside, and only after years of pressure from the grieving families. As for Tracy Sinclair, all that remains of her final moments is a few seconds of dashcam found footage. Millions of people have watched it, but no one knows why she was on that road or what happened in the moments before her SUV went over that cliff.
Bubbas.
On September 16, 1996, the manager at the Van Buren Plaza apartment complex in Hollywood, Florida, had suspicions that something was wrong with one of the units in the building. A foul smell had been lingering for at least a day, and now there were complaints of blood seeping through the walls into the apartment below. So he called the authorities to check on the tenant. When police forced the door open, they found the decomposing body of a young man. A video camera was set up across the room, pointed in his direction, and on the wall, someone had written a message. The 8mm tapes are a documentation of a crime. Terrorist matter. They are for the FBI.
What?
Beside the body were 11 videotapes, each one roughly 2 hours long, which amounted to nearly 22 hours of total footage. All of it was recorded by the man on the floor, 21-year-old Ricardo Lopez. Officers went straight for the tape that was still inside the camera. It was labeled Last Day. And as the label suggested, the tape showed Lopez on September 12 recording himself in his final moments. But as disturbing as the found footage was, it wasn't what the police were most horrified about at the time. Earlier that day, Lopez had mailed a package which by September 16 was still moving through the international postal system. Inside was a hollowed-out book rigged with sulfuric acid designed to spray directly into the face of whoever opened it. Lopez had recorded himself preparing this device before mailing it to the London address of popular Icelandic singer Björk for, at the time, unknown reasons. As soon as the Hollywood police saw it, they immediately contacted the authorities in the area. Fortunately, the next day, British police located the package at a postal sorting office and safely detonated it before it could reach Björk's address. But even after it was intercepted, there were still 11 tapes to go through, tapes that could have documented similar attacks being prepared for other people. Thankfully, no other targets were identified. Instead, the tapes revealed 9 months of footage documenting Lopez's terrifying psychological decline.
I'm going to show you who I am. Oh!
Yeah. Some of these have become memes now, so you've probably
The
seen them
first tape was
somewhere.
dated January 14, 1996. In it, Lopez explains the purpose of these recordings.
Okay. Comfort is what I seek in speaking to you. Something with I don't know, Something that makes me feel better. For a long time, I've been speaking into the mirror and being my own psychologist, sort of. Whatever. It's a release.
He talked about how he had been fixated on Bjork since he was 18.
Bjork has been an incredible part of my mind since '93. You know, since I first saw her. I've started with a crush, you know, and ended up with an obsession.
Why does Amanda take overzealous fans seriously? Gee, it's not like I have 28 years of evidence to go off of.
I'm not embarrassed to admit, no, it's an obsession.
Bjork had become his escape from everything he despised about his life, including his job, body, and loneliness. He also showed his 803-page journal, which was full of his thoughts and feelings about the singer. By the time the video diary began, Lopez had learned from a magazine that Bjork was in a relationship with another musician. To him, it was a betrayal of his devotion, and he wanted to make sure she carried that betrayal on her face for the rest of her life. So these tapes became the place where he documented how he planned to make that happen. He had initially planned to build a device filled with hypodermic needles containing HIV-infected blood. But when he couldn't work out that depraved plan, he decided to make a sulfuric acid bomb, as he wanted to either disfigure her permanently or take her life.
I go to the payphone over there, my list of numbers, start calling. Either I'm going to get a hydrochloric acid 100%, sulfuric acid, the strongest I can get.
Lopez wrote in his diary how he wanted to have an effect on her life. And even though these tapes make Lopez seem sealed inside his apartment, he wasn't completely cut off from the outside world just yet. During this time, his family had become increasingly worried about his well-being and had pushed him to attend outpatient mental health appointments. But Lopez never told his therapist about the tapes or what he was planning to do. And by the middle of summer, even that little connection to society was gone. His boss had been complaining about Lopez's declining hygiene and behavior. Shortly after, Lopez quit his job and cut off his phone line. His delusional plan to punish Bjork became the center of everything he had left. From that point on, the tapes narrowed almost completely around the device and how he'd deliver it. On September 12th, Lopez labeled his final tape. After mailing the package, he returned to his apartment. His plan was already in motion, and now the only thing left was the ending he had been building toward for months. The final tape was rolling the entire time. 4 days later, police found him dead inside the apartment. When Bjork learned what had happened, she was obviously horrified. By it, she sent a card and flowers to Lopez's family. His tapes were eventually released to the public. 22 hours of footage, documenting the entire mental decline of Ricardo Lopez. On the morning of Good Friday, April 19th, 2019, 87-year-old Terry Radford was waiting near a bus stop on Worcester Avenue in Mansfield Woodhouse, completely unaware that only minutes away, a stolen car was tearing through nearby residential streets as the man behind the wheel screamed that he was Jesus.
I'm Jesus! I'm descendant of God! And you lock me up! Watch this!
The buckling up is fucking me up.
You think I'm strong? Wait until you me my...
Terry was a retired teacher who had spent much of his past few years caring for his wife as she suffered through extreme dementia. She passed away 7 months earlier, and after years of putting almost everything else aside, Terry was finally beginning to look forward to life again. He had 3 foreign holidays planned for later that year, but before he could take any of them, the stolen car turned onto Worcester Avenue. As it came toward the bus stop, the driver noticed Terry standing there, and instead of continuing down the road, he shifted into reverse and accelerated back toward the pavement. The car mounted the curb and crushed Terry against the bus shelter with so much force that he passed away at the scene. The driver stepped out immediately and shouted, "I've killed him. I've killed the devil." He was later identified as 38-year-old Gavin Collins. Collins had been released from prison less than 24 hours earlier with an electronic tag around his ankle under the home detention curfew scheme. This policy allows low-risk inmates to serve the remainder of their sentence at home while transitioning back into the community. But when Collins' friend collected him from the prison gate on April 18th, something about Collins' behavior seemed wrong. He was talking strangely and acting as if he was on drugs. By the next morning, that behavior had escalated into something far more alarming. Collins walked into a neighbor's house, threw a bag of prescription medicine on the floor, and started unplugging electrical items, claiming they were the work of the devil.
Okay.
He then walked into another neighbor's house, grabbed their car keys, and drove off. Collins was in the middle of a psychotic episode, and within moments he started
Yeah.
accelerating through nearby residential streets, while families in the area went about their Good Friday morning. What happened next revealed Collins' horrifying state of mind. The entire incident was later discovered to have been recorded through dashcam footage found and recovered from the wreckage afterward. It shows him cutting through oncoming traffic at extremely high speeds as he shouts profanities. At one point, he ripped the rearview mirror off and continued to accelerate. He seemed to believe that he was a descendant of God and shouted that anyone who didn't listen to him would go to hell.
Descendants of God, and you lock me up! Watch this! You
The
think I'm strong?
coherence of mind
Wait
to
until
buckle
you
up is
see
fascinating.
of him, because ultimately
What is he grabbing for?
you'll give her an ultimatum. Either listen to Gavin, Mum, or you're gonna go to hell. They'll disown you, and so will I. But it's now grandma's.
When he reached Skegby, Nottinghamshire, he lost control and slammed the car into a house. The homeowner who was standing in the front garden at the time had to jump out of the way to avoid the crash.
Jesus.
But that didn't stop Collins. He climbed out of the wrecked car and demanded the owner give him keys to the vehicle, saying, "Do you believe in Jesus? Because I am Jesus, and I will kill you if you don't give me the keys."
Okay,
When he
so,
refused, Collins
no.
walked to the road, where a woman had stopped their car to check if anyone needed help after the crash. He forced his way into her car, and after driving a short distance, threw her out and continued toward Mansfield Woodhouse. This was the second car he had stolen that morning, and within minutes he had crashed this one too. Despite suffering through 2 car crashes, Collins' adrenaline and psychotic state of mind seemed to have erased any pain or anxiety. Shortly afterwards, he broke into another house where a mother and her 2 children were having breakfast. Collins approached them and drew crosses on their foreheads in his own blood from his wounds. Then he demanded the keys to the woman's car and threatened the lives of her children if she didn't hand them over.
Okay.
This was now the 3rd car Collins had stolen that morning,
Jesus.
and the one he used to kill Terry.
He
By that
stole a
point,
third
police had already
car.
been responding to reports of a car being driven recklessly in the area. When an officer turned toward the bus stop on Worcester Avenue, Terry's body was lying near the shelter with his legs crushed and a massive open wound on his left shin. Collins was still in the car trying to get away. He was eventually caught after police managed to taser and arrest him. The entire rampage had lasted about 30 minutes. 9 months later, a jury found Collins guilty of manslaughter, and he was sentenced to life in prison. Strangely, during the trial, Collins said he couldn't remember any of his actions from that day. He told the jury he had spent 90 to 95% of his adult life in prison, and that he had been hearing voices since childhood, which hinted at a deeper problem. Investigators later found that while he was previously inside prison, he was actually considered a risk of causing harm to others. He had been held in segregation away from other prisoners, and weeks before his release, he had set fire to his cell twice and attacked a staff member with a plastic knife.
Sorry?
Because of those incidents, his early release should have been automatically blocked, but the prison governors overlooked them, which ultimately led to the death of Terry Radford.
Jesus fuck. Okay.
On December 29, 1986, NBC7 San Diego
Some
aired a
businesses
segment on
for this.
highway safety, offering tips on what to do in case your car breaks down.
If your car should become disabled, the rule of thumb is stay inside. There are signs you can get to put on the back window to summon for help. If strangers should offer assistance, tell them to call police or the CHP.
Just stay in the vehicle, lock all the doors, turn on the emergency flashers, and wait for help to come. Even if you have to wait all night, it's better to be in the safety of your vehicle and spend the night than to try to walk and get assistance.
The segment also featured a ride-along interview with California Highway Patrol Officer Craig Pyre, who emphasized the dangers of leaving your car and blindly trusting others.
Anything can happen. Being a female, you could be robbed if you're a male, all the way to where you could be killed. Once you get in that other person's car, you're at their mercy.
This broadcast concluded with an interview with the driver who ran out of gas. He had pulled over on the highway and set out on foot to find a nearby gas station.
The bottom line, though, is that preventing all this trouble is easy. Be sure your car works, and as simple as it sounds, be sure you've got gas. Because even if you're lucky enough to get
This
some,
guy has
you
serial
still
killer
may
face.
be taking your
Can I be
life
honest?
in your own hands.
He's got serial killer
You realize how
face.
dangerous it is?
Yes, I realize. In fact, I was putting the gas in, and a 18-wheeler came by and almost blew me away. Truthfully.
However, what seemed like an innocent public service announcement was, in reality, aired in response to a horrific crime that took place in San Diego just 2 days prior. The victim of this crime was Kara Knott, a 20-year-old honors student at San Diego State University. She spent Christmas Day with her family celebrating the occasion and opening presents. After dinner, she made plans to spend the next couple of days with her boyfriend, Wayne Bautista. Wayne had severe flu at the time, and Kara wanted to nurse him back to health. So she drove to his house and stayed there for the next 2 days. On the 27th of December at around 8 p.m., she called her father, Sam Knott, from her boyfriend's place to let him know that she was on her way home. The drive from Wayne's house should have taken about 30 minutes, but when 2 hours passed with no sign of her, her parents began to worry. At around 10 p.m., Sam suddenly got up from his chair and said to his wife, "I'm gonna go find Kara." With that, he drove to Wayne's house, hoping that Kara would still be there. Unfortunately, Wayne told him that she left soon after she called Sam, and he had no idea where she was. Members of her family and Wayne began looking for her along the route she should have taken back home. However, despite driving around all night, they found nothing that could give them any insight into her whereabouts. Kara had vanished without a trace. That is until 5:15 a.m. when the family decided to drive down the Mercy Road exit ramp off of I-15. There, they found Kara's white Volkswagen Beetle. The driver's side window was halfway down, the keys were still in the ignition, and all of her belongings were still in the car. But there were no signs of Kara herself.
Hate this.
The family reported this find to the police, who quickly began searching the area. Not long after this search began, they found Kara's lifeless body 70 feet below a nearby bridge.
Jesus.
Later medical examination of her body revealed that she had rope burns around her neck and a mysterious round injury above one of her eyes.
What?
After a complete analysis of her injuries, the coroner concluded that she had been strangled before being thrown from the bridge. Other than these injuries, there were no signs of anything being done to Kara. This made it extremely difficult for investigators to pinpoint the killer's motive behind this horrific crime. There were no signs of someone else being in the car either, which also made it difficult to determine why she would drive off the main highway down an abandoned exit on her own. Kara's boyfriend was the last person who saw her alive. This made him the lead suspect in her murder, but he was soon cleared of any suspicion since he was at home recovering from the flu when the crime happened.
Yeah.
The only clue investigators had left was a receipt from a Chevron gas station about 15 miles from the crime scene. Kara likely stopped there on her way back. Unfortunately, questioning the gas station employees failed to uncover any new leads, leaving investigators with zero clues for where to look next. Without any other options, investigators turned to the media and broadcasted Kara's disappearance in as many places as they could, asking the public for any useful information. This also included the segment on highway safety with Officer Craig Pyre. Luckily, after these segments aired on TV, the Associated Hotline quickly received over 24 calls from women. However, instead of providing any information regarding Kara, these calls uncovered a far more shocking truth. They said that a patrol officer had pulled them over in the past and told them to drive down the same deserted Mercy Road exit. According to these women, this officer kept them there for hours and would even sometimes get in their passenger seats. The officer they were talking about was 36-year-old Craig Pyre, the same man who was preaching on TV about how to stay safe on the highway.
He has serial
Craig tried to
killer
disprove
face.
these allegations with his logbook, which showed that he was writing a ticket at the time miles away from the crime scene.
Please.
However, his logbook had clear eraser marks in that slot. 1 week after the incident, the San Diego Police Department began a formal investigation with Craig as the lead suspect. And it didn't take long for them to find mountains of evidence that proved his involvement.
I hate this.
While searching his car, investigators found a yellow rope, which was just as thick as the marks on Kara's neck. They also found his flashlight, which matched the wound above Kara's eye. However, the piece of evidence that sealed the deal was a golden fiber investigators found on Kara's sweatshirt. Forensic analysis of this fiber revealed that it was identical to the gold fibers in the patch on Craig's uniform. By this point, it was clear Craig was the one responsible for this crime. However, he remained adamant that he was innocent. But all the evidence and the testimonies from over 24 women allowed investigators to piece together what might have happened that night. As the story goes, Craig saw Kara driving alone and decided to pull her over down the Mercy Road exit, just like he had done with dozens of women before. However, instead of going along with him, Kara decided to fight back and maybe even threatened to file a complaint against him. That's when he lost control and hit her with the flashlight in his hand. Upon realizing what he had done, Craig now had two choices: let Kara go and risk ruining his career, or make sure she never talks to anyone again. Craig chose the second option. After strangling her with a rope, he put her on his car's hood, drove up the bridge, and threw her off the side. On January 16, 1987, Craig was arrested from his home and later sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. He's since applied for parole twice, but was rejected both times and is still behind bars. It's still crazy to think that Kara's case might have gone unsolved if Craig hadn't agreed to do this now haunting video interview. An interview he did where just days before, he had committed the murder of Kara Knott.
This was after?
On June 2nd, 2016, a woman named Christina Kellen posted...
We've definitely seen this video already, but I love this video, so we're gonna play it.
This video of her pet parrot talking like a human. On most other occasions, people will look at a video like this, think it's cute or interesting, and move on with their lives. But in this case, the video of a talking parrot became the key to solving a murder, one that baffled investigators for over a year. On May 12, 2015, at around 7:30 a.m., a woman named Connie Ree heard gunshot sounds from her neighbor's house across the street in Sand Lake, Michigan. But she didn't pay much attention to it, since the neighbor, 46-year-old Marty Durham, regularly hunted in the area. Connie and her husband Keith were close friends with Marty and his wife Glenn, and were familiar with the couple's habits. However, later that day, Keith notified Connie and told her that Marty wasn't answering his phone calls or text messages. So after finishing her work, Connie went out to the Durham house to investigate. The doors were locked and no one answered when she knocked. She assumed the couple wasn't home and went back to her house. But when an entire day passed without any word from Marty or Glenn, Connie became concerned and decided to check on them again. This time, she noticed that one of the doors was unlocked and went inside. At first, she found the living room, which was a complete mess. It looked like the place had just been robbed. However, nothing could have prepared Connie for what she came across next. As she entered the master bedroom, she saw both Marty and Glenn lying on the floor, covered in blood.
Jesus.
She immediately ran outside and called for help. A group of firefighters was already nearby and rushed to the scene. After taking note of the situation, the first responders pronounced that both Marty and Glenn were already dead. Both had bullet wounds on their bodies, and judging from the state of the rest of the house, it looked like a robbery gone wrong. But before they could begin investigating who the supposed robber was, something completely unexpected happened. About an hour after the initial report, a police officer who was on the scene noticed that Glenn looked like she was breathing. He walked up to her to check for a pulse, and that's when she opened her eyes and sat up straight despite having a bullet wound behind her ear.
Jesus.
She was taken to the hospital for treatment. Miraculously, her wound wasn't lethal, resulting in her surviving the incident. Marty, however, wasn't as fortunate. He was shot 5 different times and didn't make it. Back at their house, investigators found a Ruger new model revolver under a couch in the living room. They also found several cartridges and one unused bullet for this revolver on the couple's bed. Investigators believed that this was the weapon used to shoot both Marty and Glenn. But they didn't find anything that could help them locate the supposed intruder. Without any other options, the police began investigating Marty and Glenn in hopes of finding potential leads. That's when they made a chilling discovery. Glenn's phone record showed that on May 11th, 2 days before Marty's body was discovered, she texted her mother saying, "Love you, sorry." Seconds after sending this text, Glenn's phone accessed a web page titled Ruger New Model Single 6 Single Action Revolvers. This was the same gun that was found in their home. After a more thorough search, investigators also found 3 letters written in Glenn's handwriting that were addressed to her children. Similar to the text she sent to her mother, these letters also contained apologies of sorts. When Glenn finally recovered enough to talk in October of 2016, investigators asked about everything they found. Glenn, however, completely denied ever searching anything about a revolver online and said that she had written the letters a long time ago. When asked about Marty, she claimed that she didn't remember anything relating to his death. At this point, Glenn was the #1 suspect. However, investigators didn't find any solid evidence they could use to bring her in for a proper questioning or make an arrest. After all, it was still possible that the incident was caused by an intruder, especially since Glenn was shot as well. This left Marty's case at a standstill, and it remained that way until June of 2016, when out of all things, a talking parrot single-handedly solved the case. You see, the African gray parrot in this video was named Bud, who originally belonged to Marty. He was later handed over to Marty's ex-wife Christina after his death. The thing about this parrot is that he was in the house when everything went down and witnessed everything. For those who don't know, African gray parrots are among the most intelligent parrot species.
They're so smart.
They're great at imitating human speech and even understanding the meanings of some words. They're also more likely to repeat what they heard during a high-stress situation. This is why, while in the care of Christina, Bud kept repeating what he heard on that day over and over again.
Probably about a month or so after Bud got here, I would hear him scream and squawk, and it would happen a lot at nighttime. But then one day, literally, he just kept going over and over again, the same and it sounded like two different voices. And I was just so freaked out that I took it upon myself to record it.
If we go back to the video of him speaking, we can make out what sounds like an argument between Glenn and Marty. Put simply, there was no intruder. Glenn and Marty had an argument where she was yelling and likely had a gun pointed at him. Now, while this video gave necessary insight into what went down, there was no practical way to use a parrot for testimony and convict Glenn. However, this gave the investigators the confidence they needed to pursue her more intently. They took a DNA sample and later discovered matching DNA on the Ruger revolver, the supposed murder weapon. Further interrogation also revealed the whole truth of why she did what she did. Apparently, Marty had been on disability ever since getting in a car accident a few years back, but he was able to make ends meet by illegally selling his prescription narcotics. He left Glenn in charge of the money he made from his drug business so she could pay off important bills like the house mortgage. Glenn, however, wasted much of this money on gambling and kept lying to Marty about the mortgage payments. Marty eventually learned the truth when the bank announced that it would foreclose the house on May 12, 2015, the same day Glenn shot him to death. Rather than facing the consequences of her own mistake, Glenn decided it was better to orchestrate a robbery gone wrong and take her own life. In the end, Glenn was arrested on the 24th of June 2016 and was later sentenced to life in prison for a crime against her own husband.
Jesus.
On November 18, 2011, at 4:35 a.m., Sydney Fire and Rescue Services responded to an automated fire alarm at the Quakers Hill Nursing Home.
Holy shit.
The fire was nothing short of a complete tragedy. As things started calming down, news outlets conducted interviews of the people involved. This included Roger Dean, a nurse who was on duty at the nursing home when the fire erupted.
Is this an angel of
Hi,
death?
I'm Roger. I'm one of the nurses, and just there was a fire, and I just quickly just did what I can, get everyone out, and the smoke is just overwhelming, but you know, we got a lot of people out.
So angels of death, or of mercy killing, it's often the same thing. I think they're classified as thrill-seeking psychopaths. I'm not certain, but they're often first responders, nurses, doctors, and they don't always want people to die. But what they're doing on occasion is orchestrating a medical emergency or a crisis that they can come in and like be the hero or be present as people are panicking and trying to save this person. Death is usually not the goal for angels of death. Angels of death occasionally do mercy killings, in which in health they think, oh well, I'm doing this person a favor by taking them out of their misery, you know. Yeah. I don't think Munchausen's by proxy is the same thing at all, truly. I don't think it's related. Because they are... Munchausen's is sometimes someone making themselves sick or believing that, or trying to convince other people they are sick. Munchausen's by proxy is you are doing that to someone else, typically a child, not always though. And it's not always like there's a medical emergency, I want attention. It's not always a medical emergency. Like they like the attention, care, praise, sometimes money, manipulation they get from being the caretaker of a sick child or a sick person. It's also a level of control. Whereas an angel of death, in a lot of instances, it's like one instance. I think Munchausen's by proxy is more sinister. You could argue more sinister, in my opinion, because it's usually someone related to the perpetrator, and it's more prolonged. It's usually over a longer period of time, and it is causing prolonged harm to the proxy in the sense.
That's the main thing.
They're saying that there's still people unaccounted for. What's happening there?
I'm not sure. The deputy is she's got the list of people there, and yeah, it looks like there's still probably a few people, and the people are trying their best to get everyone out at the moment. Yeah.
By the time responders arrived at the scene, the fire had already engulfed a large portion of the building. According to later reports, the fire burned so intensely that even with full protective gear, some firefighters struggled to get close to the flames. What made this already dire situation even worse was that the burning ward housed bedridden dementia patients who were completely unable to escape on their own. Outside, rescue workers could hear the desperate cries for help, but were powerless to act because of the extreme heat. Despite these difficulties, they managed to get over 100 residents to safety.
I also think some people consider, I think Munchausen's, I don't know what the exact diagnosis, the parameters are, but I do feel like there is a difference between someone actively trying to make themselves sick or believing themselves to be sick, and someone, say, claiming to be sick, i.e. people that pretend to have cancer for money and sympathy. I do think there is a separation there, but I could be wrong. I don't know what the exact qualifications are, because I do think that there's a grift element to that is not necessarily present in Munchausen's.
Safety. Among those trying to help, however, was Roger Dean, who rushed in to secure vital medication records before firefighters stopped him from going back into the flames. This man was hiding a disturbing secret beneath the surface. As it turns out, Roger was the one who started the fire in the first place. It all started with him stealing prescription medication from the nursing home by the hundreds. Just a day before the fire, security cameras caught him accessing the medication closet 36 different times during his shift to steal pills and capsules. However, his luck ran out when other staff members at the nursing home noticed the missing medication and reported it to the police. At this point, Roger knew it was only a matter of time before he got caught. So he came up with the horrible idea to start a fire and steal the medication records during the chaos. And while he managed to execute this plan successfully, the fire also resulted in 11 elderly residents losing their lives to the flames. After he was arrested, Roger came up with the most bizarre excuse to explain his actions.
I hate this.
It was like Satan saying to me that it's the right thing to do.
In actuality, there was no Satan or demon telling him to start the fire in the nursing home. He was just a prescription meds junkie who committed a horrendous crime while trying to cover his tracks. Later investigation even uncovered footage of him admiring his handiwork on the morning of the fire. The seemingly...
So, I don't think this would classify as pyromania, obviously. This is just, the fire is just a means to an end. But this is very common in pyromaniacs and firebugs, is my understanding, is the admiring your handiwork. It's common in angels of death. But obviously he's not an angel of death. He is just he has very little respect for human life, it seems. But this is the the witnessing after the fact is part of it.
The innocent video of him being interviewed now carries a much more disturbing tone. He stood trial in the Supreme Court in May 2013 and was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole for 11 counts of murder. On May 16, 1992, Mexican singer-songwriter Chelino Sanchez gave one of his best performances to date.
Okay.
He performed many of his popular songs before ending the concert in spectacular fashion. The fans loved every second of it. Little did they know at the time, this was going to be the last time they would.
It's always so interesting to see. I do love crowd shots for things like this. This is obviously going to be a bad story, but still. But crowd shots like this are interesting because to see the exact same, similar style of hat reflected in the crowd is fascinating. I love things like that. Like, for example, you can totally see, you know, based off a crowd photo, are you looking at a Sabrina Carpenter crowd, a Taylor Swift crowd, a Beyonce crowd, based off of just fashion sense and how they're doing their hair, things like that. Same with a Coachella set versus a Vegas residency or a crowd at Madison Square Garden. I think that's fascinating.
Ever see him perform. And it all tied back to the origin of Chelino's music. You see, Chelino was born in 1960 in a very poor farming region in Sinaloa, Mexico.
Okay.
Even worse than poverty, Chelino's village was marked by rampant inequality.
Is it Sinaloa? I always heard of it as Sinaloa. Is it Sinaloa? C, not Sin. Sinaloa, like Sinaloa Cartel. Am I wrong? I might be wrong. The AI voice might be right.
Where a few rich and powerful men had the power to do whatever they wanted. Unfortunately, Chelino experienced this inequality firsthand when a local thug named El Chapo Perez assaulted one of his sisters.
Jesus.
However, Chelino wasn't going to let that slide. When he was just 15 years old, he spotted El Chapo at a party. And without a second thought, Chelino went up to El Chapo, drew his gun, and killed him at point-blank range. But since El Chapo was a well-connected man, killing him forced Chelino to flee to Tijuana before crossing the border into the US. After establishing a foothold in America, Chelino went into business with his brother in Mexico, smuggling Mexicans into the US. However, this operation came to an end in 1984 when his brother was killed in a hotel in Tijuana.
Jesus.
This inspired Chelino to write a song commemorating his brother, but he did so in the most unconventional way. The song was written in a traditional Mexican style called corrido. For the lyrics, Chelino spoke openly about him and his brother's life, not shying away from the topics of drugs and violence. During this time, he himself ended up in prison in Tijuana. There, other inmates loved his unique style of music, causing it to spread across the Mexican underworld by the time he got out. It also gained a new name called narco corrido. After getting out of prison, Chelino kept working on his music and quickly became one of the biggest stars of his era. By 1991, he was selling out arenas for his tour. However, given the genre of his music, he never managed to escape the violence he once came from. During one of his concerts in January of 1992, someone ran onto the stage with a gun. Instead of running to safety, Chelino decided to draw his own gun and engage in a shootout. This resulted in the death of the assailant as well as 10 people in the crowd getting injured.
Jesus.
Chelino also got shot but managed to survive. However, his luck was about to run out. About 5 months later, Chelino performed in Culiacan, Mexico, delivering what would later be remembered as one of his best performances. And as we mentioned earlier, also his last. During the concert, someone came up to him and handed him a mysterious note. In the footage from that concert, we can clearly see Chelino read the note, become visibly shaken by it, begin sweating, and stare into the crowd for a very long time before resuming the performance. Near the end of this concert, Chelino made sure to properly say goodbye to everyone, including his friends and fans. Shortly after the concert ended, Chelino was kidnapped and executed with a bullet to the back of his head.
Holy
The note he
shit.
received on stage essentially said something along the lines of, "We're going to kill you after this performance." Chelino knew the threat was real, and that this performance we see in the video would be his last one.
No,
Unfortunately, the identities of the
there was a previous attempt at a different performance where he survived, which I believe that was the one at Coachella.
killers were never uncovered, and it's unlikely they ever will be in the future.
Jesus. God, this is why, whoops, where's my, This is why you always gotta take threats so fucking seriously. I don't know if we've seen this one. This is why you gotta take threats so fucking seriously like that. Like, he knew. Like, as soon as he read that, he knew that it was gonna happen. You know? That's awful. And you just have to keep going. Because what do you do?
This dashcam footage was captured in the early morning hours of May 2nd, 2023 in Browns Plains, Australia. In it, a white car can be seen traveling through a series of roundabouts before continuing on a straight road. Everything seems calm at first, but just 10 seconds into the video, something pretty messed up was caught by the driver's dashcam.
Whoa! Girl! What the fuck?
Disturbingly, a woman can be seen crossing the street right when the car is going by and practically throws herself at the vehicle. A couple of seconds later, a man rushes towards the alleged victim and tries to get the driver to stop. Though the driver had the common sense to drive away as fast as possible.
I'll call you an ambulance. I will take the charge for fleeing the scene of a crime. I will take that charge. But I'm not waiting around. No, I'm sorry. I've got the footage. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Had the driver been distracted or shocked by the incident, he might have made the mistake of stopping and getting out to see if the victim was okay.
Jesus.
Fortunately, the man and woman's bad acting made it more than obvious that something suspicious was going on, and that the driver would probably have been in danger had he gotten out of his car. It's hard to accurately gauge the intentions of someone crazy enough to launch themselves into oncoming traffic and put themselves in the line of danger like that.
Yeah, girl, what the fuck?
But according to the description in the original
shit.
video, the driver initially thought that the whole incident was staged to pull off an insurance scam, in which the supposed victim and an accomplice stage an accident, fake a severe injury, and then exaggerate their claim to receive compensation for medical expenses from the insurance company. Although this was the driver's first thought, the reason he drove off so quickly was something completely different.
What?
Later that same morning, the driver reported the incident to the police and mentioned in his statement that even though it wasn't captured by the dashcam, as soon as the man on the side of the road rushed out to help the supposedly injured woman, a group of men could be seen emerging from the shadows and sprinting toward the vehicle from behind. Realizing the danger he would be in if he got out of the vehicle, the driver took off immediately to avoid a potential carjacking, extortion, or even kidnapping.
Absolutely
According to the Browns
not.
Plains Police Station, an investigation was launched after the report, but the people involved were never found. It's unknown what would have happened to the driver had he gotten out of his car to assess the woman's supposed injuries, or even had stayed there a bit longer in his car.
Let me see when
One
he's
can only
going.
assume that the men were trying to get him out of his car for some horrific purpose.
I hate that. I hate it. I hate it so much. It stresses me
In
out.
2016, a YouTuber named Bear with Hat uploaded this alarming footage that he recorded on his phone in June of that year. In the caption of the video, the uploader explained that after leaving his friend's house in Keller, Texas, he noticed a white Dodge Challenger traveling closely behind him. Suspecting that he was being followed, he pretended to enter the I-35 highway but swerved onto a service road at the last second. To his horror, the white car then also swerved onto the service road and continued to follow him. In an attempt to shake off the white car, Bear with Hat made a sudden U-turn at an overpass and pulled over on the other side of the highway. When he saw the Dodge still following closely behind him, he sped off and pulled over into a turning lane in front of a hospital at the next intersection. That's when the white car stopped right in front of him with their left turn signal still flashing.
I hate this.
And this is where things take a darker turn.
I think we've seen this one. Yep. Nah. I'm taking your door off, fucker. Get fucked. Nah, you should have taken his door off. Hermes!
Just a few seconds after the uploader started recording to try to get the car's license plate, a man steps out of the driver's side of the Dodge and approaches the
Hermes.
car.
They get out of
Another
both
man who
sides.
wasn't caught by the victim's phone was also getting out of the car, but the uploader hightailed it out of there before he could clearly catch him on his camera. In the description of the video, the victim also mentioned that if the man on the passenger side had not gotten out of the way in time, he would have ran him over and kept on driving. At some point during his escape, the uploader dropped his phone on the floor of his Hyundai Elantra to focus on the road and headed to a grocery store that he knew would probably have a cop standing outside. As soon as the driver of the Dodge saw him head towards the officer, he broke off the pursuit and fled in a different direction. Because of the uploader's well-timed reaction and quick thinking, we'll likely never know what the two men had planned for him that night.
Yeah, get fucked.
But judging by their
Thank
threatening
God.
behavior, it couldn't have been anything good. This footage was captured on November 2nd, 2014, and shows a car speeding down Highway 78 at around midnight. A few seconds later, the video shows the driver slowing down to avoid hitting a suspicious roadblock up ahead, consisting of just 2 traffic cones blocking the entire road.
I'm running over your cone. I'm hitting your shit.
What the?
Nope.
Dude. What the?
As the driver brings his car to a stop, his headlights eerily catch the lower half of a man's body walking suspiciously towards his vehicle. When he tries to drive through the cones, the man stands in his way, blocking the car's path. Sensing something is off, the driver immediately calls out to the man to try to get an explanation.
What's going on?
Nah. No.
Can I help you with something?
Dude.
It probably wasn't the best idea to engage with a man who put cones in the middle of the highway, but then again, they could have been there for any number of reasons.
Nah, bro, I'm hitting you.
In the caption of the video, the uploader mentioned that as soon as he asked him if he needed help, he saw the man reach into his pocket, and that's when the driver decided to play it safe and sped away. According to the uploader, the man and his accomplice were later detained by the cops, but were somehow only charged with DUI.
Jesus.
If the man had been given more time, it's
Fucking
anyone's
useless.
guess what he would have
Fucking
done,
useless.
but luckily the driver didn't stick around long enough to find out.
Useless.
This extremely disturbing incident took place at about 7 a.m. on May 18th, 2021 in West Pensacola, Florida.
The fuck?
In the footage that was caught by a nearby parked car's dash cam, an 11-year-old girl can be seen kneeling on the grass waiting for a bus to pick her up for school.
I don't like where this is
A
going.
few seconds into the video, a white Dodge Journey circles around the girl, and although she notices it, she doesn't seem to be alarmed.
I hate this.
Unfortunately, the man at the wheel of the Dodge wasn't just casually driving around the neighborhood
hate
as the
this
girl
shit.
might have imagined.
I hate this shit. I
Just
hate
a minute
this.
and a half later, the same white car pulled over at the edge of the roundabout, with the driver completely oblivious to the fact that his license plates were being recorded.
I hate this. I hate this. I hate this.
Once again, the little girl turns her head and looks at the white car several times, but with no real reason to be afraid yet, she stays where she is.
I'm teaching every
That's when the
child in my
driver
life to
gets
go
out
for
of the
eyeballs.
car and does the unthinkable.
I'm teaching every child in my life to go for the eyeballs. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. I hate this. Ah! No! Ah! Girl, kick him! I hate this. What the fuck? Girl, run, run. Thank God. Thank fuck. Is he driving? Don't go after her. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off and die, fuck off
In
and
an
die.
act of pure evil, the man attempts to steal the girl and carry her back to his car. The girl bravely struggles against his grip, and eventually the man stumbles, causing both of them to fall on the grass. After realizing his cover had been blown, the
Oh,
man
God.
runs back to his car and drives
Cover?
away.
What fucking
It's
cover,
terrifying
you
to think what
pussy
would have happened
psycho?
to the girl had the man not tripped and fallen. But luckily, his license plate made it easy for cops to track him down and arrest him that same evening. Later that night, the West Pensacola Sheriff's Department identified the suspect as 30-year-old Jared Paul Stanga.
Psycho.
According to the police report, he was armed with a knife at the time of the attack.
I hate
It was
you.
also revealed that the suspect had a lengthy criminal history.
Rot and die.
During the investigation, police also found that the Dodge Journey he was driving had been freshly painted, most likely in an attempt to avoid detection. Disturbingly, 2 weeks before the incident, the little girl mentioned to her school principal that a man in a white car had pulled up to her bus stop and talked to her, but no actions were taken by the school to protect her. After the attack, Jared Stanga was charged with attempted kidnapping of a child under 13, aggravated assault, and battery. Luckily, the girl was reported safe, though obviously pretty shaken
I
up by
hate
the
this.
events she went through that morning.
I hate this.
On November 21st, 2018, a 24-year-old woman named Vanessa Donay sat in the back seat of her mother's Chevy Equinox with her 2-year-old daughter as they waited for Vanessa's mom to finish her appointment at a business center in Windsor, Canada.
Oh, dear God.
At one point during the waiting period, Vanessa noticed a suspicious man walk past their vehicle and stare at it for a little longer than necessary. Almost immediately after walking out of frame, the man doubles back around and approaches the car.
No. Hate this. Hate this. Hate this. Hate this. Hate this. Nah, 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 no, no, ah! No.
Excuse you! Get the back!
With an alarmingly casual demeanor, he then enters the Chevy through the unlocked passenger door where he finds Vanessa and her daughter sitting in the back seat. Understandably terrified, Vanessa can be heard screaming at the man. Although the rest of the incident wasn't caught on camera, Vanessa reported that as soon as the man saw her, he gave her a disturbing smile, shut the door, and took off in his black pickup truck. After she reported the incident to the cops and posted the
Lock your doors always. There's no way he didn't see them in the back seat to try the passenger door and not the front door. Because he crossed back over to try the passenger. I hate this.
The video on Facebook, some viewers theorized that the man had maybe just seen Vanessa's daughter, and thinking she was alone, he thought he could steal her. However, others thought he didn't see anybody and was just trying to steal the car.
Why would he go on the passenger side?
Just 3 days
then?
later, officers with the Windsor Police Property Crimes Unit saw the man drive a vehicle into a parking lot near the area of the incident. According to the police report, as soon as the man got out of the car and went into an apartment building, the cops followed and arrested him without incident.
Always men.
The man was immediately identified as 38-year-old Corey Oikle,
Yep, that's
and as it
him.
was later revealed, the vehicle he was found with was stolen, supporting the idea that he was only trying to steal Vanessa's car and not her daughter.
Nah, I don't give a fuck. I don't
Inside
care.
his
I
car,
hate
the
this.
cops also found several stolen items from his previous car thefts, along with a bunch of random receipts that indicated the man had made fraudulent transactions using stolen property. As per the court documents that were released a couple of months later, the incident with Vanessa wasn't exactly Corey's first rodeo. After the cops were able to connect him with several other similar incidents from earlier that year, Corey was charged with 4 counts of possession of stolen property, 3 counts of theft, 2 counts of assault, uttering threats, attempted theft of a motor vehicle, theft of mail, and fraud. Fortunately, Vanessa was smart enough to scare him away by screaming before he could do anything.
Even if he just saw her daughter, the thought that he was willing to steal a car with a child in it is scary, okay? He probably did think it was unlocked because there's a child inside. Maybe he would have kicked the child out. Maybe he just saw the child as an easy mark and therefore the car would be unlocked. But I hate this.
Anything even more messed up than his previous crimes. This next footage was captured in 2017 in Thailand. On the morning of December 26th, a 32-year-old radio operator named Mana was looking down at his phone as he
Let
walked
me
back
guess,
towards his
a
car
car's
from his
gonna speed
radio
towards
office
him.
when he had
Let
an
me guess.
unexpected near-death experience.
Yep. Is that a fire? Is that a fire right there? Yeah. Holy shit. Holy shit. The fuck? Oh, it's an exposed power line.
As soon as he walks by the power line, the electricity cables above his head spontaneously explode. Had he taken a fraction of a second more to react, Mana would have been struck by the power line, which would have most likely been fatal.
Oh, it would have killed him.
As he later revealed in an interview, the explosion was caused by an electrical fault due to overheating, which melted the nearby wires. At the time of the incident, the city had seen some pretty heavy rain, which only made things worse. According to sources close to the victim, some cities in Thailand are known for notoriously dangerous overhead cables that litter the streets and pose a significant risk to those who find themselves walking under them at the wrong time. Luckily, Mana was able to walk away unharmed, but the incident obviously raises a huge red flag to how electricity is structured in some of these cities. On July 23, 2023, a woman's dashcam captured a particularly disturbing incident in Oakland. The footage follows the woman driving down Skyline Boulevard behind a white Dodge Charger. The poor video quality could be due to the woman's dashcam or to a possible compression when the video is transferred to desktop, but regardless, this is the quality of the original video. Aside from the woman's car and the white Charger, there are no other cars in sight. Out of nowhere, the Dodge suddenly slows down in the middle of the road and stops at an angle, blocking the woman's path.
Nah. Time to ride the shoulder, honey. Time to ride the shoulder. Time to ride the shoulder.
Now, quit around.
Get fucked.
No.
No. Ah! Good job.
As soon as the Dodge stops in front of her car, the driver immediately realizes something is wrong and fear begins to set in. Unfortunately, nothing could have prepared her for what she was about to experience. After getting out of their vehicle, the two men rush at the woman's car and one of them begins banging on the window to make her get out. Although she panics and screams, the driver remains level-headed enough to step on the gas and drive away. Fortunately, she was not followed and made it home safely. In a later interview, the woman, who chose to remain anonymous, said that she had been driving that route for 38 years and had never been the victim of a carjacking until then. Although no arrests have been made yet, the cops suspect that the same two men who attacked the woman may be linked to other carjackings in the East Oakland Hills area.
What do you mean?
And they plan to continue investigating until they find the men responsible.
Jesus Christ, they have
The driver
license
ultimately made the right choice in speeding away. Had she given into fear and stepped out of the car, a carjacking would probably have been the least of her worries. This footage was uploaded to YouTube in 2016 by a man named Michael Bouchard, who mentioned his dashcam captured the following incident in Denver, Colorado as he was driving home from work one day.
There.
Keep your eye on the semi-trailer that appears in the left-hand corner of the screen.
Oh God.
Too bad you think you are. That's why they keep bringing you the gift.
Part of what pulls these disparate neighbors together.
The left-hand corner. Holy shit! Holy shit!
Although not impoverished, are stuck where they are without the wherewithal to move. Wealthier folks could change their
What?
As the semi travels through the overpass, the driver approaches the curve a bit too fast, causing the truck to tip over and nearly fly off the overpass from Interstate 70 to I-25.
What is it?
As soon as the truck hits the barrier, the side of the vehicle slices open, causing hundreds of cans of Miller Genuine Craft to rain down on the highway below.
It's not.
After the incident, traffic was backed up for miles on both highways as the truck was towed and cleanup crews removed the beer that had fallen on the northbound
Yeah, I was
lanes.
gonna say. Yeah, I'm sure.
Had the truck been going just a little bit faster, the truck would have plummeted on the road below and caused a horrible accident. Fortunately, though, no one was injured during the incident.
Just a little drunk. More dash cams.
This dashcam video was captured in Nuevo Laredo in Mexico. A man and his wife had just crossed the border into the country in the early morning hours of January 3rd, 2020. Shortly after, they were met by this sight. Cars stopped at a light, blocking the road with multiple people standing nearby. As the driver approaches, the car in the middle lane pulls forward and the people outside gesture the driver to pass through. However, just as he tries to do so, a pickup pulls around the corner and blocks the open path. That's when the people outside begin banging on the driver's windows and pulling at the door handles.
Yeah, bro, I'm hitting all of you with my car. I'm hitting all of you with my vehicle.
It's the cartel. Yeah.
I'm hitting you with my fucking car. Hit him. Do it. Zoom.
See that?
The group does whatever they can to get the vehicle to stop, but the quick maneuvers of the driver allow him to speed around the blocking vehicles and get away back in the opposite direction.
Fancy driving.
Groups such as this one are commonly known to set up roadblock traps like this in different areas. Typically, they'll be looking for passing trucks to steal, which they'll then use for a multitude of different purposes. However, they'll also steal wallets, cell phones, and other valuable items from these unsuspecting drivers. Multiple reports of stolen items, including cars, were filed that morning. James Shaw Jr. was a self-proclaimed auto enthusiast. He owned a Subaru Forester and would commonly take it out for joyrides around California. On January 4th, 2015, James was out on Angeles Crest Highway for a scenic ride through the San Gabriel Mountains in Los Angeles County. Because it goes over the mountains, the Angeles Crest Highway is one of the highest elevated roads in Southern California.
Yep.
James was nearing 2 tunnels and recalls speeding up because he said the echo from the tunnels made the exhaust sound better. However, the road had a sharp turn directly after the second tunnel, something James didn't know at the time.
God.
He was going too fast to make that sharp of a turn, resulting in a loss of control. He was left skidding towards the edge, all of which was captured on his dash cam.
Oh, Jesus. People are so weird. This is so dumb. You're so dumb. Jesus. Holy shit.
James's
You're
car hurls
so
over the
fucking
edge.
lucky, dude.
However, in a sheer stroke of luck, a drain pipe sticking out from the slope catches his car, saving him from crashing down the mountain,
You're
which
so
almost
fucking
certainly would have been
lucky.
fatal.
You're so fucking
On
lucky,
top of
you
that,
idiot.
James was left completely uninjured after the crash.
You're so fucking lucky.
He shut off the motor and stepped out onto the drain pipe. From there, he climbed back up to the road and called for assistance.
I'm gonna be totally honest.
A
I think
recovery tow truck retrieved the...
my audio would be like, well, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dying right now. I'm about to die. Cool, I'm dying. Like I do think it would be like fuck. If it's that or fuck. Like there'd be swear words that you guys thought were extinct that would come out of my mouth, I feel.
the car,
idiot.
but it was completely totaled.
Yeah, no shit.
A year later, he posted the dashcam footage online, acknowledging his mistake and hoping others would be able to learn from it.
Don't do
He
this
ultimately
shit.
admitted that he wasn't paying full attention and had mistakenly assumed the road continued straight after the second tunnel.
Dumb.
This dashcam footage was taken on June 2nd, 2022. It happened in Australia. The driver of this vehicle had both a front-facing and rear-facing camera. Around 5 p.m., the driver was pulling up to a red light to turn left. In the rear-facing camera, a Mercedes can be seen pulling up just behind it. Almost immediately after, the driver's side door swings open. A man gets out and starts quickly approaching the vehicle, holding some sort of metal object.
Why does he have a pipe? I know y'all don't have guns, right? You guys got pipes?
Fortunately, the driver happened to be looking in the rearview mirror when the door opened, which gave him enough time to react.
Yeah, what's your
He was
fucking
forced
problem?
to drive off the road and through a patch of grass, cutting 3 cars in front of him. The man with the Mercedes was left standing in the roadway. The driver who uploaded the footage doesn't know what the man wanted. He mentioned how it was possible he could have cut off the Mercedes earlier on the road without knowing, but evidence of this was never found anywhere in the footage. He could have been trying to rob the driver, or maybe even worse. There's no clear way of knowing for sure.
Dumb.
On August 1st of 2021, a forest fire in California,
I hate
later
these
named the
videos.
Antelope Fire, was started by lightning. Over the next few days and weeks, the fire quickly started spreading. During that time, multiple groups of fire trucks around the area were sent out to try and contain it. The footage you're seeing was taken at 1 in the morning on September 10th. This truck was one of many in a group that was sent out that night. They were driving on a road that was close to the fire, but because of the wind's direction at the time, they quickly got overrun.
I mean, this was all fine when we were driving down here 2 hours ago. But I guess when it got away from us back there, it went a little bit deeper interior and just...
244, engine 1671, keep driving as fast as you can, come on.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to go. This guy's driving slow, but we need to get the f*** out of here. Drive.
Fuck.
drive, bro. Holy.
Engine 334, 1671. Where are you? Are you in section 14 yet?
Go.
Hey, 334 turn
Go,
around, head
dude.
the other way.
This guy needs to
Heading
drive.
north?
Horn.
We're gonna start
Horn.
heading south.
Oh.
Hey, we're backing up. We're cut off heading north out of. Copy that. Yeah, we're just gonna turn around.
Turning around is not an option.
The road in front of them had been engulfed by the flames,
Oh,
but
Jesus.
by now so was the road behind them. This forced them off the road to find another path.
Go, 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 go. Go, go, go.
Oh, shit. Shit. Shit.
Yeah.
Shit.
Go, 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 go. Stop. Holy.
So fucking bad.
Taking on it, nice bubble. Hey, you guys pull back.
Road. Yep. Get on the road. Oh. Come on. Get on that road.
I'm trying.
Oh. That road. Got here.
Hey, help! I'm down, man. Stop! I'm down.
Oh my God.
Stop! Let me in.
Oh.
We might have lost some people.
Oh, dude. Go, 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 go. Go. Holy. Holy. Dude. Oh my God.
Finally, they reach a clearing and make it out of the fire. Though some of the other trucks wouldn't be as lucky.
Jesus.
A few of those trucks would be pretty badly damaged. But other than one of the drivers receiving burns to his hands, every firefighter made it out uninjured. It wouldn't be until October 15th till the fire was 100% contained.
Yeah, it could fuck up their tires.
This footage was captured in Slovakia back in 2012. A family was taking a drive on a narrow country road with trees closely packed on both sides. Eventually, they come across a fallen tree covering the whole other side of the road. However, they continue on. But just in front of them, they find another. As they approach the second one, cracking can be heard just in front of them.
Oh God.
A tree was falling, and it started a domino effect with more trees falling closer and closer to their vehicle.
No!
The family attempts to reverse out of there, but the trees catch up to them and fall directly on top of their car, leaving them trapped.
Oh, holy shit.
Meanwhile, even more continue to fall on top of them.
Yeah, because the root systems are so intertwined that close together. That can take your... Oh, that can just shatter your car at that point. That can smash your car. Jesus. And at any point a mudslide can start too.
The trees falling was later discovered to be the result of what's known as ground destabilization, caused by excessive amounts of rain.
Yeah.
In the last...
My friend's car got crushed because of fuck-ass eucalyptus trees. Basically, we had like a couple of days of really bad rain, and then we got the Santa Ana winds. And so the roots had been sopped down, and they had not trimmed the trees in 5 years, which is way past the time of when you're supposed to trim trees that large near residential housing. And the trees, like 3 of them came down. Thankfully, no one was injured. My friend's mom had left for work like 10, 20 minutes earlier. The large part of the trunk smashed down onto my friend's little Hyundai, fully smashed it in. Where the branches, the top of the like green part fell, would have smacked her mom's car. Another car got taken out. It was like, I think it was not a Ferrari. I don't think it was a Porsche. But it was a nicer car. It was like a little coupe, nicer type of car. Holy pancaked. Especially when they get that big with the momentum, you don't realize how strong they can get. So it might seem skinny, but the force coming down, how thick those trees are, they're dense to get that high, you know?
8 days, it had rained pretty much non-stop in the area. This waterlogged the
You
soil,
can see
making the
it
ground
pulling
loose,
the
which essentially made it
trees,
so all the trees
pulling
didn't
the
have a firm
barrier
hold in
off
the
the
ground.
fucking
So when one fell, the small
Jesus.
force it put on the surrounding trees was enough to take them down with it. The vehicle clearly suffered damage. However, it's unclear if anyone inside of it was injured during the incident.
It's insane.
This dashcam footage was taken from a pickup truck in Chile.
Oh, I already hate this
The driver
road.
had just gotten on a highway on-ramp.
I already hate this.
As he continued forward, the vehicle just in front of him starts using their brakes to slow down.
Nah.
Eventually, they come to a complete stop altogether.
I'm hitting you with my car.
That's when the vehicle's doors swing open. Two guys get out, one armed with what looks like a gun.
I'm hitting you with my car.
Initially, the driver tries reversing out of there.
You're
but
bigger.
There was now a car behind
I'm
him.
hitting you with my car.
This gave him no other option than to push forward.
I'm hitting you with my car. I'm hitting you with my fucking car. Yeah, get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. This is a huge fucking car, too. Why would you do this shit? Dumb. Dumb fucking dumb-dumbs. Jesus, get
The
fucked.
vehicle was pushed far enough for the driver to get onto
Is
the
that
highway.
a child? What the fuck?
During the push, the brake lights of the attacker's vehicle are shown turning on, but this has almost no effect on the pickup.
Yeah, get fucked.
The video was shown to police to help identify the men. It was also posted online, to which a few days later, the real owner of the vehicle used by the men recognized the car as their own. It turns out the car had been stolen a few days prior to this video being taken. This is what led police to believe that the men were also trying to steal the pickup.
Don't rob my shit. I'm willing to take a life.
This happened in
Don't rob my
Canada, north of
shit.
Toronto, in May of 2021. The dashcam footage shows a vehicle driving down the road, when suddenly a plane streaks by just in front of it.
Holy shit!
The plane just barely missed the hood of the vehicle, and it crash landed, hitting the ground in the long grass across the street. The plane suffered damage to its nose and sides. Two were inside the plane at the time, an instructor and his student. They were attempting a touch and go, which is a training exercise where you land on the runway and slow down, only to accelerate again for another takeoff immediately after. It's basically used to practice multiple takeoffs and landings in a short amount of time. However, this time the plane had failed to regain enough altitude when it tried taking off again, forcing it to speed across the road into a crash. Fortunately, no one on the ground was hurt.
Shit.
And neither the instructor nor
God,
the
buy a
student
lottery
received any
ticket.
major injuries.
Shouldn't be a pilot, but you should buy a lottery ticket.
This dashcam footage was recorded in May of 2020. Shown is a vehicle driving down the road in heavy rain and high wind. The area had been seeing storms like this for the last few weeks. As the driver pushes through it, up ahead, power lines begin to tip over.
Oh, Jesus.
One of them gives out and takes many others down with it.
Oh, shit. Get off the fucking road. Shit.
The power lines explode as they hit the wet ground. Cables and debris are left strewn across the highway. A man on a motorcycle coming from the opposite direction can be seen stopping and running
No,
on
there
foot
was
into a
one
field to
nearby
get
a
away from the
residential
wires.
area of a truck driver.
And
This is
shortly
regular
after,
car.
the driver with the dash cam does something similar. He drives off the road onto a nearby dirt path, power lines still exploding in the distance.
Get away from the tree.
It's unknown if anyone was injured during the incident.
Jesus. Alright. Let's try and I think we're on a dash cam kick.
And I know it's gonna be.
This first dashcam video was captured in Australia. Two men in a Mercedes are driving down the highway when, through their rear dashcam, a car is seen quickly approaching.
Jesus.
It then swerves around the two guys before getting in front of them and slamming on the brakes, clearly trying to run them off the road. But what first could be written off as road rage soon takes a more serious and disturbing turn. the two men notice the driver has an axe and is now
What the
waving it out his
fuck?
window and threatening them.
Oh, he's got an axe, dude. Like,
Oh, he's got an axe,
what are you
dude.
doing? Oh. Keep distance, bro.
Hey, what's your fucking problem, bro? Get fucked. Fuck.
Bro, call the cops. Calm down.
The sudden and unexpected encounter forces the two men to take a quick U-turn to lose the guy, but he continues to follow them.
What?
The situation is then taken even further when the two use the next exit and approach a roundabout.
Shit.
Whoa!
Shit.
Keep driving. Holy. Man, call the cops. Yeah.
Holy. Did you not?
He's gonna ram us again, bro. No.
Yeah.
Oh, keep going. Just keep. Oh my god.
Good. Get fucked.
Two
Bye.
times the Mercedes is rear-ended, the second of which causes the attacker to spin out, sending him off the road. This allowed
your
the two guys to
fucking
get away.
problem?
They would then drive to the nearest police station, where they would report what had just happened. When police arrived to the scene of the crash, the car was gone. However, a few hours later, they would find the vehicle on the road, and from there the driver was arrested. Later, the owner of the dashcam footage would give the video more context. Apparently, the driver chasing them, for whatever reason, was 100% convinced they had robbed his house the night before. But obviously this wasn't the case. The two guys had never before even seen the man. It was determined that he was under the influence of something.
So the answer is.
He would be charged with multiple
Come at
offenses,
them with an axe
which
and a
put him in
car?
prison for 2 years.
Jesus.
In August of 2018, Justin Bilton and his 70-year-old father were camping at Glacier National Park in Montana. They had only been in the park for 3 hours when they were informed of an immediate evacuation of the area. A forest fire ignited by lightning the previous night had gotten too far out of control. However, by the time they got the evacuation notice, unknown to them, the only road out of the park had already been engulfed by the fire.
Do I go? We're gonna find out up here in a minute, aren't we? I think we can drive through this. What? Dad, what if the car blows up?
Valid question.
Dad, this is insane.
I know.
We don't want to get trapped in here. Easy. All right, we're good. Slow down. There's a big rut here. Just slow down. We're out of that fire. We're not out of that, Dad. We're not out. We're good, though. What?
Drive. Just stick to the shoulder.
Easy, can't see. Just go easy now. Easy. Dad, the car is heating up. It's gonna explode.
Okay, it's not, but let's
Dad,
be
what
calm.
if a tree falls on us?
Then you gotta drive.
Please, God,
You gotta
help us.
drive then.
You're doing good.
Like, I'm sympathetic because I get you're having a fucking panic attack. You gotta move. You gotta keep moving.
We get that out of the road. We get gloves. Oh my God! Stop. Dad, we gotta get out of here. Back it up.
A fallen tree is seen directly in the middle of the road, trapping them inside the park. They had nowhere to go but back, so they ended up reversing through everything they had just went through. When they reached their campsite, they abandoned their car and desperately started running towards a nearby lake. By some miracle, there they would find 2 park employees in a boat on the shore of the lake. Justin and his father were rescued and taken to safety, leaving everything but this horrifying footage behind.
Jesus.
This dashcam footage shows the armed robbery of a cab driver. The driver, Ralph Valletta, had just started his shift. This was his first ride of the day.
Leave him
He was
alone.
stopped at a
He's not.
light.
It's that early. He's not gonna have fucking money. Oh god, I hate these carjacking, dash cam, Uber, Lyft robberies because they're always fucking stupid. Okay, you're all fucking stupid, and half the time the driver dies. You're all idiots if you do this shit. None of you are smart. None of you are intelligent, and I'm dead fucking serious. This is the start of the morning. He has no money in this fucking car. He has none. None. Lyft is all digital. There's no tips. There's no cash. Very rarely is there cash. Like, you guys are all dumb and stupid, and there's a digital footprint. Every cab these days has a camera. You're all dumb and stupid.
The rider can be seen in the back, slouched down. But abruptly, he sits up and demands Ralph give him everything he has.
I'm grabbing your hand and I'm pulling you again and again until you're whacking your head. And then I'm going to twist the gun out of your hand. You might shoot me. You might grab me by the hair. I don't give a fuck. Don't do this shit to me. You're fucking stupid.
Give me all your
You're
money,
so
man.
fucking
Man,
dumb.
I don't. Give me everything you got. Give me that now.
All right.
I need it now.
All right.
We can make this the easy way, or we can make this the hard way, man.
Everything I got, man.
Keep your hand where I can see him.
I just started.
What else you got?
I just started.
You're a fucking idiot.
I don't have anything in my wallet.
We can do this the hard way, or we can do this the easy way.
There's
man.
nothing in the car. I hate this. I hate this shit. I hate. Fuck you. You're a fucking loser, idiot with a gun. Fuck off. Jesus. God, I hate these people.
Unbeknownst to the rider,
They're all
a
dumb.
police cruiser was stopped
Every
at the same
carjacker,
light
every
directly
car
behind
robbery
them.
is dumb.
At some point during the robbery, the light to the lane they were in had turned green, and seeing that they weren't moving, the officer put on his lights and got out to investigate.
Don't have anything in my wallet.
It is a fucking god. You are an absolute fucking idiot.
Please don't give me your phone.
Oh my fucking god. You're an idiot. You're a fucking idiot and you're a loser. And you're stupid. Oh god.
I need that from a. There's a copy on this. There's a copy on this.
You're a fucking idiot. Oh, this poor man.
Almost immediately, the officer would realize that a robbery was taking place.
He
So,
sounds so
in
fucking
response, he would
scared.
order the rider out of the car, where he would then be detained. The rider was arrested and later charged with multiple offenses.
Yeah, no shit. They give that man his $5
In
and
April
one's
of
back.
2021, a man named Mitch Kuhn was driving on the highway back from work when he saw this.
What the fuck?
A child that looks to be wearing a large jacket, or that's possibly wrapped in a blanket, begins walking out in the middle of the highway,
Holy
just
shit.
barely missing Mitch's truck. Mitch was towing a trailer and felt that if he abruptly stopped, it would cause an accident. So instead, he opted to call the police, reporting an unattended child walking on the highway. Police assured Mitch that they'd send out patrol units immediately.
Holy shit.
An hour later, Mitch called again for a follow-up,
Is that a
as well as
kid?
to offer the footage he had caught on his dash cam. But he was told that it wouldn't be necessary, as the child had been collected safely and was on his way home.
What?
However, strangely, police would later state that no child was found, despite officers searching the area
What?
until 3:45 a.m. Additionally, they would claim that at no point did they tell Mitch that they had found the child.
What?
The next morning, multiple volunteers commenced a search of the area, but no child was ever found, and therefore the search eventually ended.
What?
At the time the footage was captured, there were no reports of a missing child in the area. It remains unknown who exactly was captured in
I
this
don't
video.
even know if that's a child. I don't know what that is.
This dashcam footage was captured in the streets of Taiwan. Right away, it's clear the video takes place in the midst of a storm where the winds are strong enough to throw around debris.
No
At
one
one
takes
point,
storms
debris is
seriously,
even
it's a
seen flying
problem.
against the windshield. But little did the drivers know that an actual tornado was forming right behind them and quickly heading in their direction.
Holy shit!
The dashcam footage captures the exact moment the tornado went directly through them. It was even strong enough to lift vehicles off the ground, which can actually be seen with the white van that pulls out onto the road.
Where was that
The
woman?
wheels of the vehicle leave the ground, and it begins to get full-on dragged by the tornado, seemingly
Where did she
disappearing.
come from? Do you see her?
But once the tornado passes, it can be seen much further down the road, wedged in between two trees. More concerning, however, is the person that gets thrown by the tornado on the right side of the road. Unfortunately, this woman would suffer major injuries and would be taken to the hospital.
Oh my god.
The storm would go on to produce further damage in the form of 50 inches of rain that would cause multiple deadly landslides.
Jesus.
This video was taken in Russia. It shows the dashcam footage of
Russia
a
at
man
the
driving
scene of
down
the
a
crime in
desolate
these
and long
videos.
stretch of dirt road.
Okay, I once heard that the reason so many dash cam videos come out of Russia is because to get car insurance there, you have to have a dash cam. Is that true? I don't know if I have any Russian audience members in chat. That is true. Okay. Because I know before, like, not these types of videos, but like just dash cams of like road rage incidents, crazy car accidents, like crazy street maneuvers and things like that. I heard that story, so I wasn't sure. Ukrainian and no people. Gotcha.
Then, up ahead is a car parked in such a way so as to block traffic. Two men with baseball bats begin walking up to the
baseball
driver.
bat. Go fuck yourself. I'm hitting you with my car. Why does this look like a screensaver? Why does this look like a Windows screensaver? Why are we on like the Great Plains? What's going on?
And that's when it becomes clear that this is a robbery, and the parked car was an intentional makeshift roadblock. The driver tries to escape, but the two men get in the way and do their best to prevent it.
Hit them with your car. Drive. Drive. Nah, get fucked. A fucking wooden baseball bat? A ball
Fortunately,
splinters those
the driver
things.
had a window of
Drive.
opportunity and took advantage.
You know shit.
He slammed on the gas and was able to get away unscathed. He then drove around the roadblock and was free.
Jesus.
It's unknown if the two men with baseball bats were ever caught. In late November of 2015, a large catastrophic bushfire broke out in South Australia. This dashcam footage was captured by one of the fire trucks responding to the incident. Right from the start of the video, enormous smoke clouds are
That
shown,
was very cute,
depicting
right?
just how
Okay, I
large
didn't
the
want to
fire
say
had gotten.
anything. I love those vans.
As the trucks continue forward, visibility gradually worsens. It gets so bad to where the fire trucks are forced to stop.
Oh, we've seen this one.
Then, in the distance, the fire itself can
We've
be
seen this one.
spreading towards them unnervingly
It burns
fast.
so fast. I think we've seen this one. I'm showing it again because I think it's important for y'all to see how quickly wildfires can move when they have a lot to burn. And there's no controlled burn areas or anything like that. I think this is important.
We're going to go on a burn over very, very quickly. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes.
Crazy. Yeah, I think this truck backs into them.
Burn over, Scotty, burn over. Burn over, Scotty. Jesus Christ.
A miscommunication between the two trucks resulted in a collision. The truck in the front was attempting to back up out of the fire, while the truck with the dashcam was entering what's known as a burnover. A burnover is a fire truck protection protocol where the truck stays in place and the crew deploys Velcro blankets to protect themselves from the heat. Water is sprayed outside of the vehicle to keep it from catching on fire, and in the inside, breathing masks are used by the crew. During this protocol, however, the crew from the truck in the front can be heard desperately explaining how they didn't have water for a burnover, or rather their truck's sprinkler system wasn't working properly.
X-Ray, you won the Swell Grand Prix. You ate the poison. We don't have the flags. We're using Mau Mau. Can't share the water. Can't share the water.
They
It's not
couldn't
the
stay in
same. You
place,
don't have
and
time
were
to get
forced
out
to
and hook
drive
up a truck.
forward in the hopes of escaping the fire, which you can actually see in the video as the truck fades into the distance. Fortunately, this move would end up saving their lives. They would make it to the other side of the fire, and everyone inside the truck, as well as the one with the dash cam, would make it out with minimal injuries.
You want to give Mau Mau CTE?
This footage was captured way back in 2012. It takes place near an airport in Moscow, Russia.
She's sturdy.
The airport is right next to a highway, and on December 29th, this dashcam footage would capture the disturbing moments a plane missed the runway and crash landed just on the right side of the highway.
Oh, those are seats. Oh.
turns out the plane had mistakenly overshot the runway because of bad weather conditions, so when it landed it didn't have enough room to brake. This left it no choice but to go directly into the highway, causing plane seats and other debris to shoot towards passing vehicles, all of which can be clearly seen in the footage. At the time of the crash, the plane was only carrying crew members. No passengers were on board. But unfortunately, 5 of the 8 total crew members would lose their lives.
Yeah.
The driver of the vehicle with the dash cam would make it out unharmed.
Mysterious
Bermeja.
locations.
If you were to look at pretty much any map of the Gulf of Mexico drawn by Spanish explorers in the 16th and 17th centuries, you would find a small island lying off the north coast of the Yucatan Peninsula called Bermeja. Although the exact location of the island varied slightly depending on the map, it was a well-known fact that the island at least existed. Bermeja was first mentioned by Spanish cartographer Alonso de Santa Cruz in an official list of islands in the Gulf of Mexico, published in Madrid in 1539. Alonso de Chaves, another Spanish cartographer, once wrote that from a distance, Bermeja looked blondish or reddish, which is where the island's name came from. A couple of hundred years later, in the mid-1800s, French-Mexican cartographers published reports stating that the island of Bermeja had started to sink. By the late 18th century, Bermeja was no longer featured in many maps of the area, and the last time it showed up on an official map was in the 1921 edition of the Geographic Atlas of the Mexican Republic. In the late 90s, the American and Mexican governments started negotiations to determine the boundaries for the exploitation rights of oil in the Gulf of Mexico.
Of course.
If the Mexican government could find the island of Bermeja, that would expand Mexico's oil drilling rights way further into the Gulf. Around that time, the Mexican government conducted 3 official investigations to find the island, armed with state-of-the-art ultrasound technology and all kinds of modern tools to locate it. Mysteriously, they couldn't find any trace of the island, and according to spokespeople from the Mexican Navy, it was as if the island had never even existed. A year after the Mexican Navy failed to find Bermeja, a Mexican senator named José Angel Cioncielo, who was one of the most fierce advocates for the expansion of Mexico's oil drilling territory and the island's existence, was killed in a car accident on a Mexican highway when a semi-truck slammed into the right side of the car.
Jesus.
His death quickly became the fuel for a conspiracy theory, according to which the CIA had blown up the island to further an oil-fueled American agenda.
Something
Of course, this theory is a bit of a stretch, and some of the other more logical theories that surfaced regarding the disappearance of the island are much more likely to be true. One possibility that researchers seem to favor is that the island sunk after an earthquake or underwater landslide, which led to a further series of explorations in 2009 to see if the remains could be found at the bottom of the ocean. However, despite the even more advanced technologies that were used during that year's official investigations, the ultrasound exploration of the ocean floor revealed absolutely nothing but a sandy ocean bottom. Speculation that the island had never existed once again started circulating online and in the news, leading many people to adopt it as the truth. After the failed explorations in 2009, Julio Zamora, president of the Mexican Society of Geography, claimed that the existence of the island of Bermeja had probably been faked by early Spanish explorers to throw off other
I love Atlantis as a concept. The fact that Atlantis is mentioned in so many different things is crazy to me.
explorers and military rivals from other countries. This would make sense, as it was common practice to make slightly inaccurate maps back then for the sake of strategy. Another possible theory is that the island could have been drawn by one cartographer in the wrong location by mistake and replicated dozens of times over the centuries by other unaware cartographers.
True.
Still, some researchers think that due to the very precise descriptions of the island's physical appearance, Bermeja probably did exist, but in another location. Despite the abundance of theories regarding the mysterious island's location
I'm gonna find the lost island of Bermeja.
in existence, 15 years after the last exploration of the last known location of Bermeja, the truth is still a mystery and will probably remain that way forever. Overton Bridge. Built in 1895 in Dumbarton, Scotland, the Overton Bridge is a Gothic-style bridge overlooking a 50-foot ravine that leads up to Overton House, a 19th century manor in the Scottish Lowlands. At first glance, Overton Bridge looks pretty much like any other bridge from the time, but there's one pretty dark detail that makes it different from any other structure in the area. For the past 80 years, hundreds of dogs have been jumping off the bridge and down to the ravine to their deaths for seemingly no apparent reason. Sometimes the dogs survive the fall and are left with debilitating injuries, and according to some reports...
Has anyone floated the theory of a dog siren? As in, like sirens from the sea, making sailors jump to their death? Is there a pretty lady dog that is down there and asking the dogs to join her? Has anyone floated a murdog? No, siren dog. Sirens and mermaids are two different things, in my opinion.
There have even been instances where dogs allegedly jumped off the bridge, survived, ran up the slope, and then jumped off once again to their deaths.
That's crazy.
Depending on the
It's giving
source,
siren
you'll
dog.
find reports stating that the amount of dogs that have jumped off the bridge is either
Yeah,
lower than
have we
100 or in the
investigated the
high
plants?
100s. But regardless of the exact number, it's a fact that a lot of dogs have died at this bridge for some mysterious reason. As you can imagine, these incidents at Overton Bridge have fueled all kinds of outlandish theories, including suggestions that the bridge is haunted. According to Celtic pagan beliefs, the bridge is located at a thin place, which is a place that lies at the supposed union between heaven and earth. Some locals have also favored more supernatural theories, with many people blaming the dog's death on the White Lady of Overton, the alleged ghost of the widow from Overton House. Another popular theory among the locals is that the dogs are being affected by negative residual energy from a tragic event that took place in 1994,
What was
in
the
which a
tragic event?
32-year-old father threw his baby off the bridge, claiming that his child was the Antichrist.
Okay, well, that happens.
Following the tragic murder, the father was declared insane and
Well,
locked up
yeah.
in a psych ward. But even with all the more outlandish theories that have gained traction in recent years, some researchers have come up with more plausible explanations for the mysterious incidents at Overton Bridge. In 2006, animal behaviorist David Sands investigated the bridge and suggested that the dogs are probably detecting the presence of wild animals below the bridge with their keen sense of smell, which makes them chase after the smell and inadvertently jumping to their deaths. This would make sense, as according to official statistics in the area, minks began breeding in large numbers in the 50s in Scotland, and most long-nosed dogs seem to favor the smell of mink over any other small animal, including squirrels. From my research, most of the dogs that have died at the bridge are long-nosed breeds. Also, because the bridge has tapered edges, from the dog's point of view, the edge looks more like a flat plane, safe for running and chasing after small animals. So, while there will probably continue to be speculation about paranormal activity at Overton Bridge for many years to come, it's much more likely that the dogs aren't intentionally taking their lives and are simply falling to their deaths on accident while chasing the odors from other animals. Abandoned Viaduct Petrobras. In the 1950s, the Brazilian government began a project to build BR-101, Brazil's longest highway spanning almost 3,000 miles. In the 1960s, construction began on a segment of highway called the Viaduct Petrobras that was meant to cross the Brazilian jungle to connect Rio de Janeiro and Santos, São Paulo. 16 years after construction started, the segment of highway that crossed the jungle was due to be connected to an already existing part of the highway to finish the project. However, due to Brazil's economic crisis, plans changed at the very last minute, and instead of connecting the viaduct to the existing road, the highway was linked to a different coastal route. As a result, the Viaduct Petrobras was left abandoned in the middle of the jungle, and to this day, the Brazilian government has done nothing to remove it or reuse its parts. Standing over 130 feet tall and almost 1,000 feet long, the structure features fully built tunnels, retaining walls, and a gigantic concrete foundation, which has slowly been swallowed by the jungle as the years have gone by. To an outsider, the Viaduct Petrobras looks like it was taken out of the city and dropped in the middle of nowhere in the South American jungle for no reason, giving off an admittedly eerie atmosphere. Even though the Viaduct Petrobras seems pretty wasteful, the out-of-place structure is now a pretty popular tourist destination for curious travelers and locals wanting to catch a glimpse of the abandoned concrete giant.
Yeah. And no upkeep, yeah.
Kola Super Deep Borehole. In the 1960s, the Soviet Union and the US were locked in a battle to develop superior space exploration technologies, often referred to as the space race. But what many people don't know is that the two countries were also competing to drill as close as possible to the center of the Earth. As is often the case, the motivation behind the drilling was mostly to find oil and valuable minerals, but from what I found, developing machines that can get close to the center of the Earth would also help understand the causes of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions at a much deeper level.
Sure.
In 1958, the US government launched Project Mohall to collect a sample from Earth's mantle by drilling to the bottom of the ocean off Guadalupe Island in Mexico. Over the next 8 years, they drilled over 600 feet into the seabed, but in 1966, the House of Representatives had to discontinue the project because it was getting too expensive.
Tracks.
4 years later, in 1970, it was the Soviet Union's turn, and they drilled their hole close to the Barents Sea just outside the Norwegian border in a city known as Murmansk, Russia. At the time, the Soviets' goal was to drill as far down as possible, which researchers hoped would be a little over 9 miles. Unlike the US, the Soviets were a little more successful with their attempt and managed to drill way deeper into the Earth's crust, which resulted in the creation of the Kola Super Deep Borehole, also known as the world's deepest man-made hole. With a total depth of over 40,000 feet, or around 7.5 miles, the Kola Super Deep Borehole is deeper than the Mariana Trench, and its depth surpasses the height of Mount Everest. As the project progressed, the scientists realized the temperature was much higher than expected at every point below 10,000 feet, and at around 7.5 miles below the surface, the drill reported a temperature of almost 360 Fahrenheit. This was way higher than the 212 degrees Fahrenheit the scientists had predicted at that depth.
Fire
So
hole.
even though the Soviets had
Fire
broken a
hole.
record with the Kola borehole, they too had to discontinue the project in 1992 due to increasing rock densities and crazy high temperatures. And in 2005, the drill was shut down and the hole was sealed for good. However, that wasn't the end of the story, and there's a slightly more disturbing reason why people remember the Kola Super Deep Borehole. In the late 80s, a strange story started circulating in several Christian Finnish newspapers, which reported that a group of Soviet scientists had drilled a hole to the center of the Earth and had allegedly lowered an extremely heat-tolerant microphone into the hole.
What?
Through this, they supposedly heard a series of extremely disturbing, tormented screams coming from the bottom of the well. Throughout the 90s, the story spread to other countries, until even American newspapers were running it.
Of course.
As the story gained popularity, sound files with the supposed audio of the tormented screams from the center of the Earth started appearing everywhere online, with allegations that the screams came from tormented souls stuck in hell.
Oh, please.
As it was later revealed, the original recording of tormented screams was made from a loop of various sound effects and the soundtrack from the 1972 movie Barren Blood.
Of course.
From this point forward, it was pretty much common knowledge that the screams were fake. However, it is a fact that some pretty disturbing sounds have been heard coming from the Kola Super Deep Borehole, along with other super deep boreholes. In 2013, Dutch artist Lute Given traveled to the 30,000-foot deep KTB Super Deep Borehole in Germany, where she lowered a microphone protected by a thermal shield to see if she could pick up any sounds at the bottom of the well. Interestingly, a mysterious deep rumbling sound that scientists couldn't explain could be heard through the microphone, which in the artist's own words, some people thought sounded like hell, while others thought they could hear the planet breathe. Even though the sound is pretty cool to hear, even if a little haunting, the consensus among scientists is that the sound comes from layers and layers of rocks rearranging themselves after being moved around by the drill that made the hole.
Yeah.
Potomsky Crater.
The Earth be rumbling.
In 1949, a Russian geologist named Vadim Kolpakov stumbled upon a mysterious crater with a diameter of over 500 feet and a height of almost 140 feet in Irkutsk, Siberia. At the center of the crater, he found a little hill around 40 feet tall, which kind of looked like an eagle's nest with an egg inside
There's so much we could do with Flush
Curious
Pit
to find
National
out
Park.
what was inside the crater, Kolpakov made plans to climb the mound and take a look inside to confirm his hypothesis that the crater had been caused by a meteorite. But the locals warned him that Fire Eagle Nest, as it's become known all over the world, allegedly possessed evil powers, and whoever
Evil
stepped
powers.
inside it would be dead soon after.
Mood.
Dismissing the insistent warnings as superstition, he climbed the mound, but failed to find any rock samples that supported his meteorite hypothesis. Over time, more and more expeditions were carried out to the crater, including one in 2005 in which the leader of the investigation died of a heart attack shortly after visiting the crater.
Jesus.
Based on the findings of recent explorations, scientists have ruled out volcanic eruptions, nuclear explosions, and impact from a meteorite as possible causes for the crater. In the absence of a solid answer, some have
Giant. No, that looks like something. Okay, you know what it looks like? Guys, I have a worms theory. I have a worm theory. You know what it looks like? It looks like the sandworms when they're digging down and they're spitting up the mud, the dirt, and it makes that little pocket in the sand at the beach. Guys, Worm. Big worm. Big worm. Giant worm. Has the crater changed is the question. That's the real question. Mussel, clams, worms, things in the ocean, things that burrow. They that spit the dirt out behind them without making an actual burrow. Literal earthworms.
Started coming up with all kinds of theories to explain its origin.
Like, can I see a photo from now versus 20 years ago is the question.
Including the possibility that a UFO landing made the crater. Others have linked the crater to the Tunguska meteorite, the remains of which have never been discovered. One of the things that makes it so difficult to determine the origin of Fire Eagle Nest, or Kolpakov Cone as it's now popularly known, is that the crater frequently changes shape, which suggests that whatever caused it is still affecting it to this day.
It's a worm!
The only thing scientists know for sure is that the crater is around 250 years old,
It's
which
totally
they
a
gathered
worm.
from the rings on the trees growing on
Guys,
the mountain.
I'm so into the fact that this is a fucking worm. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. This is a fucking worm. They're fairly certain it's not volcanic.
Strangely, it's been scientifically proven that the trees closer to the crater grow much faster than normal, which is similar to what
Worms!
happened in the forests around
The worm is pooping, which is causing fertilizer to seep out into the trees, which is why they're growing better.
Chernobyl after the nuclear
Worms.
disaster. The lack of solid explanations, coupled with the weird tree phenomenon, has been fuel to the fire of outlandish conspiracy
Why are we
theories about
naked?
underground nuclear plants and nuclear-powered UFOs buried beneath the crater. To this day, scientists still haven't determined what caused Kolpakov Cone to appear,
Worm.
and no asteroid fragments or metal parts have been found in the crater to support some of the theories people have come up with over the years. As of today, the most logical explanation is that the mound could have been caused by the underground release of hydrogen fluids and heat from a nearby gas volcano. This could have caused changes in the size of tree rings, which would explain why scientists thought they were growing at an abnormal rate. Still, despite the more convincing explanations that have surfaced over the years, the origin of Kolpakov Cone will probably remain a mystery for many years to come. Villa Epicune. In the 1920s, a small tourist village about 400 miles from Buenos Aires, Argentina, called Villa Epicune was built along the shore of Lago Epicune, a salt lake touted for the health benefits and therapeutic effects of its mineral waters, which were said to be beneficial for rheumatic conditions. Quickly turning into a weekend getaway for Argentina's upper class, the town soon had a functional railroad station and a population of about 1,500 with a capacity to accommodate around 5,000 additional visitors at its peak in the 70s. Due to its popularity as a weekend getaway for Argentine city dwellers, a lot of money was poured into Villa
There's
Epicune to
theories
expand
about
its
where
accommodations
the
and make
meteor
it
that
as
killed the
comfortable as
dinosaurs
possible for
landed.
visitors.
I don't know if there's actual.
However, it seemed not a
definitive,
lot of
this is the
resources or
location. There's
attention
a
was
lot of
dedicated
theories.
to the containment dam that
I think
separated
they
the lake from
said
the
there
town.
might be one in South
Unfortunately,
South Korea,
on
right?
November 10th, 1985, the containment dam broke during a storm and a series of unusual strong winds. For 2 weeks, the water rose at a rate of half an inch per hour, until eventually the containment dam was completely destroyed by the water, after which all the locals had to abandon their homes and businesses and leave behind Villa Epicune. Over the following days, the flood drowned the town over 30 feet underwater, and it wasn't until 25 years later in 2009 that the waters began to recede and now show the eerie remains of the town, which now
That's
looks like
fucking
something out
crazy.
of a dystopian movie.
I want to go to there.
From above, you can see the original layout of the streets of Villa Epicune, along with its
Wow.
many businesses and the houses 1,500 people called home. With its overgrown trees, rusty post-apocalyptic appearance, and ghost town vibes, Villa Epicune now draws in tourists and photographers
I
from
can
all
go
over
to
the
there.
world who want to get a glimpse of the ruins of the once bustling getaway town. Due to the high levels of salt in the water that once flooded the town, most of the buildings in Villa Epicune are covered with a thin white residue, giving the town an
That's
even more
crazy.
creepy appearance. One of the more interesting facts about Villa Epicune is that even after it was completely destroyed by the water and flooded for more than 25 years, as soon as the water receded in 2009, one of the locals, then 81-year-old Pablo Novak, decided to come back home and live out the rest of his days in Villa
I
Epicune.
respect it.
Out of the original
I have
1,500
sanitation
residents of the
concerns,
town, Pablo was the only one
but I
who came
respect it.
back. As the lone inhabitant of Villa Epicune, Novak was officially named a cultural ambassador of the town in 2020. But unfortunately, in January 2024, Pablo Novak passed away at the age of
Yeah.
93, leaving the
Jesus.
town once again completely abandoned.
Wow. That's crazy.
Unsolved Mysteries Lost Episode. On July 9th, 2024, one Reddit user made an extremely unsettling post on the RBI, or the Reddit Bureau of Investigation subreddit, which read, "Help finding a TV episode to possibly solve a murder. I've spent years and hours through Google trying to locate this, and was advised you guys might be able to help. Trying to find what rerun episode of Unsolved Mysteries aired on a specific date/location that I'm convinced had a story of my ex-husband murdering a couple. I was at a hotel in Bakersfield,
Sorry?
California on August 17, 2000, and at 11
Sorry?
p.m. they had a rerun of Unsolved Mysteries on the TV.
RBI.
I have no idea what station would have played it. I'm watching them talk about a situation where a smooth-talking stranger gets himself invited into their home, etc. I jokingly kept thinking to myself, yeah, I know someone smooth like that. This person ended up murdering the couple. Fast forward to the end and they show a sketch. I literally sat up in the bed. It was my ex. Yes, he would have been capable of that, and I believe he would have been driving through that area around that time, angry that I just left him." The user also mentioned that they had already contacted the show but hadn't received any answers from them. And despite years of looking online, they haven't found any clues. Now, my first assumption when I came across this post was that it was nothing more than a hoax created by the user. After all, the idea of someone stumbling upon their ex-husband's involvement in a murder during a late-night rerun of a TV show feels almost too cinematic. Maybe they had a flair for dramatics, or maybe they were just a fan of lost media. So they crafted their own dark tale with a personal twist that would leave the readers yearning for an update that would never come. However, the more I looked into the case, the less plausible this theory seemed. For starters, I looked through their posts and comment history on Reddit and didn't find a particular interest in lost media, horror, or anything of that nature. The account was also created back in 2018, so it wasn't created recently to fabricate this bizarre story. More importantly, the details given in the post seem a bit too specific to be something the original poster just made up. I went through old TV schedule guides from around that time, and sure enough, a rerun of Unsolved Mysteries did air on the live channel on the 17th of August 2000 at around 8 p.m. But if the Reddit user is telling the truth, how did an entire episode of such a popular and well-documented TV show just vanish into thin air? Especially since the whole show is now available on YouTube, and yet there's no sign of an episode matching their description. The closest case I found was from a 1994 episode about the disappearance of Jonathan Francia. The investigators working on this case were able to create a sketch of the potential suspect, and it was a man with a long face and a cowboy hat. This did match the description the Reddit user gave in a comment about the sketch they saw on TV. However, this is where the similarities ended between the two cases. To make matters even more puzzling, another person claimed to remember something similar in a comment reading, "I have a vague recollection of this episode as well. I'm going to go through the episodes I've watched on Unsolved Mysteries on YouTube and see if I recognize it."
There you go.
Unfortunately, despite rewatching all of the available episodes, they didn't find anything about the mysterious case either. Though, it's entirely possible that Unsolved Mysteries changed parts of their episode after its rerun in August of 2000. As Redditor Rob Frey mentions in their comment, "The reason why it might be so hard to find and why you can't just watch old episodes to find it is the segment may have been changed from what was originally aired. Unsolved Mysteries used to edit segments as new information came forward, especially after a case was officially solved. If they caught the guy who did it, they may have removed a lot of the information from the case that made you think it was your ex, especially information that was completely speculative or a red herring. As an example, I remember they had a really good segment about a murder in a family who owned a U-Haul, and it went into a lot of the family infighting and drama, and there was at least an implication that a family member was most likely to blame. When they caught the guy and it turned out to be a random breaking and entering, they cut all of the family drama stuff out of the segment and added an update that the case was solved. The only potential flaw in this theory is that if Unsolved Mysteries changed that episode because the case was quote-unquote solved, the Reddit user would have likely learned about their ex getting arrested,
Yeah.
but that didn't happen. From what I've seen, the most likely theory is
Or
that maybe
it
they saw
wasn't
the
the
sketch on
ex.
some other crime show and are simply
Yeah, the
misremembering
name.
it as a part of the Unsolved Mysteries episode after so many years. This would explain why no one was able to find a hint, despite scouring every episode of the show from its conception. However, if this turns out to be true, it would also make searching for what they saw on TV that night exponentially more difficult.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, unless someone finds concrete evidence, we have no way of confirming or disproving any of these theories. That being said, if this lost media is ever uncovered by people on the internet, it could help authorities solve a decades-old crime and catch the suspect. Easily available explosive. During the 2016 Silicon Valley Comic-Con, one of the hosts of Mythbusters, Adam Savage, was doing a panel answering questions from fans of the show. Near the end of the panel, someone asked him about the biggest disaster he's experienced on Mythbusters.
Hermes.
What is the biggest disaster that you've ever had behind
What
the
you doing,
scenes
Bubbas?
filming Mythbusters?
Now, this fan was likely expecting something tame, like a crew
Hermes.
member spilling something, or one of the devices they built breaking before they could film the episode, something of that nature. However, no one could have anticipated the answer Adam gave for this simple question.
Wondering how specific to get. Well, the biggest disaster we had was Cary Grant and Tori were investigating a easily available material and its supposed explosive properties.
Oh dear God.
What they found out was so explosive that we destroyed the footage and agreed never to say what we learned.
Smart.
The material they discovered was so explosive and dangerous that they had to report it to DARPA, which is a research and development agency of the United States Department of Defense. Adam also quickly moved on to the next question, likely in an effort to avoid giving any hints about what this dangerous material could be.
Yeah.
Following that panel, he refused to utter a single word about the lost episode or the material that made them destroy the footage.
Good.
That silence was held until the 20th of November 2023 when he uploaded a Q&A video on his YouTube channel titled, "These Mythbusters stories got scrapped due to danger." The first question in this video was someone asking about footage that was destroyed outside of Adam's control. At first, he gave a predictable answer, explaining how network decisions like cutting scenes to make room for advertisements had led to some lost content. But before moving on to the next question, he brought up the commonly available explosive again. And while he was careful not to drop any hints about what the material could be, he did go into more detail about why they decided to erase the footage from existence.
We were looking at the purported explosive power of a commonly available material, and what we found was something so energetic when we executed it that we agreed to not talk about what we learned. Yeah. It was common enough, easy enough to implement, easy enough to execute that we were like, the world will not benefit from this knowledge. This is the reason you never saw a silencer episode from Mythbusters. Is a potato a good silencer? A pillow, a 2-liter bottle of soda? These are all really interesting questions. And silencers are fascinating technologically. But silenced rounds are not a benefit to humanity.
This makes total sense considering Mythbusters had tens of millions of viewers from around the world. The show built its reputation on demystifying myths and delivering facts, no matter how surprising or dangerous they might be. By withholding the episode, it may seem like they went against their own character. Some might even argue they had a responsibility to release the episode, both for the sake of scientific transparency.
I disagree. I think when you look at who their audience was and you look at the harm that could be done by that information being made public, they reported it, they did what they needed to do. I feel like making it public would just lead to, if it was a commonly available household material, the ramifications of urban terrorism could have been catastrophic. Like, yeah.
And to educate the public about potential risks. Educating people about the potential dangers of a common material could have sparked important conversations about safety and regulation, potentially preventing accidents born out of ignorance. But here's the other side that's hard to ignore. Mythbusters wasn't just a science show, it was also entertainment. Publishing a step-by-step guide on how to
The material
weaponize an
itself
easily
doesn't pose a
available
threat, at
material
least
would
not
have
the way
been
people
at
would
best
encounter it.
irresponsible
You have to go out of
and
your
at
way to make
worst
it explosive.
catastrophic.
But the process is
The world
so
isn't
easy,
short on people who
and the
might
potential for
misuse
damage
such
and destruction
information,
so
and the stakes
high
were simply
that it would
too
be
high to
irresponsible
ignore.
for that footage to see the
So
light
the
of
team's
day.
decision to shelve the episode was the responsible thing to do. That said, I did some digging online, and speculation about what this mysterious explosive could be is all over the place. Some claim that it's simply flour. For those who don't know, non-compacted flour is extremely flammable and can easily create a sizable explosion upon combustion.
Jesus fuck.
Another chemical that came up in multiple theories was tannerite. It's a binary explosive that is commonly used for long-range weapons practice.
That's not a commonly
It's helpful for
available
marking
material.
targets since it detonates visibly on impact. More importantly, it's widely available online.
Online,
Someone can
though.
easily buy tannerite online for relatively cheap without any permit or verification. However, here's the problem with both of these theories. Neither material creates an explosive dangerous enough to justify the drastic steps the Mythbusters team took. For instance, while a tannerite explosion is certainly impressive, it's not nearly dangerous enough to warrant such a drastic response from the Mythbusters team. While researching the topic, I came across a chemical known as triacetone triperoxide, which perfectly fits with what we know about the mystery chemical. For starters, both of the materials required to make triacetone triperoxide are found in most homes. Acetone, which is used as paint thinner and nail polish remover, and peroxide, which is commonly used as a bleaching agent for white laundry. More importantly, even tiny amounts of triacetone triperoxide can do unimaginable damage. Ultimately, unless someone somewhere has a secret copy of that episode and releases it on the internet, we'll never know for sure. And given how Adam described the danger of this material, it's just one of those rare cases where it's honestly better for the video to remain lost media. Jay Leno Blade Incident. On April 14, 2022, an anonymous user on 4chan's TV board mentioned a disturbing incident they remembered from an old episode of The Tonight Show with Jay Leno. They stated, "One time Jay Leno had a magician on his show and he was doing some sort of cut the lady in half trick. He starts to cut and the lady starts yelling for him to stop like she was actually getting cut or about to get cut, and they start helping her out. I have never seen or heard anything since and never been able to find the clip." The episode in question aired on the 21st of June 2001,
Oh my
and
God, it's
as the
real?
story goes, one of the guests on that episode was Arsenio Hall, who was going to perform a classic magic trick of cutting a person in half. However, while he was performing the trick, something went horribly wrong. He accidentally stabbed the woman who was volunteering for the trick. A notable thing about this episode was that Leno wanted to show solidarity with the California power outages. So he hosted his show in a set that was only illuminated by scattered candles and handheld flashlights given to the audience. Maybe the lack of visibility caused Arsenio to make a mistake and harm the woman. Unfortunately, a vast majority of old Tonight Show episodes barely exist in archives and therefore are considered lost media. The June 21st episode is among those lost to time. So there's no way for me to directly verify this incident. But I did find enough clues to piece together what might have happened, and there are three distinct possibilities. First is that such an incident never actually happened and the 4chan poster was making it all up. However, this possibility doesn't hold up because I found old forum posts from 2001 where people were actively discussing the incident online after watching it. Like this person named Dan, whose post gives more details about what exactly went down. Did anyone else watch The Tonight Show with Jay Leno Monday night? It was a repeat, the one where they turned out all the lights in the studio and had a blackout. Anyways, so Arsenio Hall was the guest, and he was going to do a magic trick where he was going to cut a woman in half. So the woman is lying in the box, and he's trying to shove the blade through, and all of a sudden the woman starts screaming and yelling, "It cut me," and like immediately they cut to a commercial. I was like, what? It has to be a joke. So then when they came back from commercial, Jay seemed flustered, and they didn't mention anything else about the trick for the rest of the night. Did anyone else see this? Does anyone know anything about what happened with
I
this
feel
woman?
like there'd be a
It was
report.
so freaky. I also found someone on Reddit who also remembers the incident and mentioned it in the comments of a post discussing the incident, stating, "Holy shit, I thought I dreamed that episode. I've been wondering what happened to that lady for 20 years. So a woman did get stabbed on the Jay Leno show, or at least that's what it looked like to the audience. Which brings us to the second possibility. The woman did get hurt, and the incident was later covered up by the network to avoid backlash from the public. However, as much as some people would like to believe this is nothing
We should just call Jay Leno up.
more than a conspiracy theory. Because, as it turns out, the Jay Leno show is not live, it's taped ahead of time. So, if they wanted to cover it up, they would have edited that whole thing out, long before the episode ever saw the light of day. Even knowing this, some claim that the showrunners simply forgot to edit this section out and only realized their mistake when it was too late, which is a bit of a stretch. Think of it this way, Jay Leno's show was getting upwards of 7 million viewers in 2001. So even if the network tried to bury the whole thing later, why didn't any of these millions of viewers cause any backlash? From what I've seen, the most plausible theory is that the incident did happen, but it was all part of a skit. And the people who thought it was somehow real were simply not paying enough attention or just didn't realize the dry humor of the scene. This would explain why there was no uproar from the public. And as for the episode becoming lost media, that wasn't a deliberate cover-up, but just a side effect of the pre-YouTube era when preserving TV episodes wasn't a priority. But who knows, if the speculation gains enough momentum, Jay Leno, Arsenio Hall, or someone else from the show's production team might come forward with the truth. Until then, all we have are educated guesses to piece together the mystery. Sharon Davis's Unsolved Mysteries episode. Sharon Eugene Davis was a 51-year-old school teacher living in Dallas, Texas. She lived with her 2 children, Autumn and Ronnie, and their husband of 21 years, Ron Davis, who she married back in 1980.
That looks like a mugshot.
Unfortunately, her relationship with Ron wasn't ideal. Just 5 years after their marriage in 1985, Sharon filed for divorce while describing her husband as controlling and ill-tempered.
I don't like where this is
She
going.
withdrew cash from their mutual account and was planning to move to LA with her 2 children. However, soon after filing for divorce, she mysteriously changed her mind and returned to living with Ron. Fast forward to June 11, 2001, Sharon once again found the courage to file for divorce. And this time she was prepared to go through with the decision at any cost. She was planning to move out of her house in the 1900 block of Elderleaf Drive, all while her attorney was trying to obtain a temporary restraining order against Ron, her husband. However, just as everything seemed to be falling into place, tragedy struck. On June 13, 2001, at around 7 a.m., Sharon dropped her daughter at Rapid Transit Park and Ride Station, 2 miles from their home, and went on her way. She was scheduled to attend a training session at Stemmons Elementary, but she never arrived. Even after her children asked their father to report their mother missing on the evening of June 13, 2001, he refused to contact the authorities until a day later, starting a citywide search for Sharon. And after 4 days of searching, investigators finally found her car abandoned in a parking lot near the Southwest Mall in Oak Cliff. The car had a broken window and was also wiped clean of fingerprints. And while all of this was highly suspicious, the lack of evidence meant that Sharon's disappearance was filed as a missing person case. Ron and her 2 children were called in for interviews multiple times, but the investigators weren't able to find any leads from either of them. Sharon's mysterious disappearance 2 days after her filing for divorce also made Ron the prime suspect in many people's eyes. However, the complete lack of evidence prevented authorities from treating him as the potential perpetrator. When asked about it, this is what the lead officer had to say. "We've had a lot of people ask us if he, Ron Davis, is a suspect. This is a missing person case. There are no suspects at this time. We don't have any criminal evidence, although we fear foul play has occurred. Right now, Mr. Davis is a witness, an uncooperative witness." And after months without any leads, Sharon's case caught the attention of the producer of Unsolved Mysteries, who wanted to air an episode on her case. They produced the segment in mid to late 2001, and it was scheduled for broadcast sometime in spring of 2002. The last thing they needed was an interview from Ron. However, when the producers approached him, he denied their request and was quite stern about it. But when they wanted to air the segment without Ron's interview, he objected again and sent an accusatory letter to the producers telling them not to air the segment on Sharon. And that's where the lost media aspect of this story comes into play. The showrunners complied with Ron's request/threat and scraped the whole thing. And as far as I'm aware, the footage has never seen the light of day. It's entirely possible that a witness could have come forward with critical information after seeing Sharon's story on TV. However, Ron's refusal closed the door on any potential leads that could have changed the course of the investigation. This obviously put a lot more attention on Ron. He was even given nicknames like the most guilty non-guilty man. But it's been 22 years without any updates to Sharon's case.
Damn.
Game in the Sand. Game in the Sand is the name of a shocking short film by the German director Werner Herzog. If you've ever heard of him, you'll know he's famous for pushing boundaries, and not always in a good way. His sets are very well known for being chaotic, and there have even been injuries and deaths during his productions. And apparently he's been this way since the very beginning. You see, Game in the Sand was the second film he ever created back in 1964. However, after completing the film, Werner was so horrified by the footage that he decided to never release it to the public. The only thing we know about the short movie is that it featured 2 children, a rooster, and a cardboard box. It was also filmed in a sandy area, hence the name, and according to Werner, things, quote, got out of hand during shooting. The premise of the movie is also a complete mystery. The only thing Werner has talked about is a scene where the rooster was buried in sand up to its neck. Everything else we know about the film comes from speculation, and given Werner's reputation, people online have come up with some pretty wild theories over the years. Some think the rooster suffocated after being buried, forcing the children to watch it slowly die. Others suggest the kids might have killed the rooster in a brutal way, either on their own or under Werner's instructions.
Sorry?
This could explain why it was buried in the first place. Some have also speculated the opposite. Maybe the rooster injured the children with its sharp beak or claws, and Werner captured that on film. The problem with these theories, however, is that none of this comes even close to the stuff that's been released under Werner's other productions, like deaths being shown. What could have gone so wrong during the filming of Game in the Sand that was worse than this? Of course, there's the possibility that Game in the Sand isn't real at all, just something Werner made up to add an air of mystery or create hype for his future projects. Unfortunately, we'll probably never know the truth. The identities of the children involved were never made public, and the film's composer, Uwe Brandner, someone who might have been able to shed some light on what really happened, passed away in 2018. So even if the short film is real, I highly doubt Werner would have a change of heart 60 years later and release it to the public. The Skyway Man. Ormer Locklear was an American daredevil stunt pilot who became popular in the early 20th century after doing the craziest plane stunt of his time. After footage of his stunt went viral across the country, Ormer was hired for a role in a pseudo-documentary film about stunt flights called The Skyway Man in April of 1920. Put simply, the film was like a collection of the craziest stunts Ormer could successfully pull off in a plane. Filming for the movie began on June 11, 1920 in the LA and San Francisco area. However, the stunts featured in the film were quite tough, including a church steeple being toppled by Locklear's aircraft and an aircraft-to-train transfer, both of which nearly ended in disaster.
Jesus.
But despite the many close calls, Ormer and the other stunt pilots remained unharmed. It was soon time to record the last stunt of the film, which was relatively safe compared to what Ormer had done before. It was going to be a simple spin move that was filmed during the day with special camera filters to make it look like the whole thing was performed at night. However, when Ormer learned that the studio wasn't going to extend his contract beyond one film, he demanded to perform the stunt at night, likely as a desperate attempt to impress the producers. Unfortunately, this is where his luck ran out. On the 2nd of August 1920, Ormer and his longtime flying partner Milton Elliott took flight at night. To make the plane visible to the camera in the dark, the production crew illuminated it with massive arc lights. However, these lights were a bit too bright, so the crew was going to turn them off after the stunts just so Ormer wouldn't be blinded and he could land safely. Maybe it was negligence or simply bad luck, but the crew forgot to turn off the lights. And to everyone's horror, the plane crashed into the ground, killing both Ormer and Milton on impact.
Jesus.
However, unlike today, where such an accident would shut down even the biggest film productions, at the time, Ormer's death became the selling point of the film. People flocked to the theater to see the breathtaking stunts, and more importantly, the uncut death footage of the lead stuntman. Unfortunately, the film has since been lost to time. We do have some evidence which proves that it was real, like a memorial for Ormer and Milton in the November 1920 issue of Screenland magazine. I also found a short review for the film from the same magazine issue which reads, Ormer Locklear's last picture, directed by James Hogan. Louise Lovely, now a Fox star, furnishes delightful support. Full of thrills and mid-air stunts, the best picture we've had. The Fox company is giving 10% of the profits of this picture to the families of Locklear and Elliott, who were killed while filming the final scene.
Jesus.
As for the film itself, it's become lost media in the truest sense of the word. Over the last century, there have been multiple attempts to locate a copy. All have been unsuccessful.
Alrighty. We're gonna call it, chat. I've been live for over 4 hours. I want to walk a goblin, dye my roots, and eat dinner. So, you know, just girly things. Okay, we're rating K. Raid. Have fun. Bye. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Video tomorrow. Bye.